Hey guys, audio's online, video's online, but I need to connect up these headphones so I can do a little monitoring. I noticed the audio wasn't great last time, so let's fix that up before we go forward. Okay, now let's put on the old direct monitoring. Properties? Nope. Where's that? Filters, advanced audio. Oh, there it is. So let's put on the monitoring on with the output so you can hear me too. And as far as monitoring goes, where's it sending it to? Oh, I see. We got a 53% volume. That's not so good. And am I filtering myself? Ooh, terrible. Let's put it up to 100% at least. Okay. And boy, that's terrible. Is it just me or is the audio low? Let me try my actually change my volume might help. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm at top volume and I can hear myself. Reasonable. And there's a little bit of room echo to give you that nice ambient feel. And monitoring myself is weird, so I'm going to turn that off. That's better. There. Okay. Hi guys. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the weekly stream. As you know, still working on the Marlin every day. Kind of estimating I'm putting in something like at least 80 hours a week these days, which is a little insane. But and this past week has been ridiculous. My sleep schedule has just been insane. But today I did actually get up in the morning. I napped strategically throughout the last couple of days, and I've managed to get myself to a place where I can kind of do this stuff. And yeah, we'll just keep working on the. I'll get my stylist in here. Work on my online presence. So I can see this is going to be a little tricky because every time I want to look at how this stream is going, I keep poking my head over this direction. So you might as well have the camera over here, right? You get a little more direct interaction. And if I'm looking at the code, you'll know I'm not talking to you. Precisely, I'll be talking to the code, I guess. So anyway, yeah, what a week. I ostensibly put up, or well, maybe officially, the title up on Twitter and Facebook when I announced this stream is Weirdos, We Need Them. And so I'm going to be talking a little bit about weirdos like me and why we get into code and whether, you know, and whether just because someone's a weirdo they're a good coder or maybe they're just weird. But yeah, we've had our share occasionally of weirdos coming through the Marlin project. We call the odd duck. The odd duck. Let me just get myself up on Discord here. Yeah, so the topic of today is actually being mentioned on Discord at the moment. And yeah, we get an odd duck once in a while, and they're, sometimes you get them, like, they produce reasonably good code, and you're like, okay, well, I guess, they're a little annoying, and they post too often, and they say too much, and they think this is a big social club. And and they can be a little weird, but you deal with it because they usually, some of them bring in some good changes and ideas. But oftentimes what happens is they end up bringing in like way too many ideas. They don't quite complete them. You know what I mean? They're just like a little rambly. So it's like, different kinds. We get different kinds of odd ducks occasionally. But once in a while we get ones that are just like altogether nuts, you know, and they just like start right out of the gate with like just weirdness and like they just get weird right out of the gate. So yeah, that was kind of the case in recent time. You know, there's been some. I mean, I can give you the whole background, I suppose, and the whole story in detail. Right now, we've got leaf blowers outside, which is a typical thing because I guess apparently um, they're easier to work with. Frankly, me, give me a broom, give me a rake. Let's see what I can do about this. Yep, some fat dude could be getting some real exercise, but instead he's wandering around with a leaf blower. That's what we typically see. But you know, old fat dudes, they need their employment too. I'm becoming one myself. I am generous with breast at this time. So anyway, oh brother. Anyway, yeah. So right out of the gate, we've got some weird stuff. But you know, so we've had occasional dudes who have just been like really disruptive, and I just had to block them because they were just disruptive, regardless of their good, you know, contributions or whatever. And it's like, you know, you hope that after a few years, maybe they'll grow up and, you know, maybe they're just in their 20s and they haven't quite sorted shit out yet and they're trying to figure it out. And, you know, you give them a few years and they'll come back and they'll be like more mellow. You never know. Yeah, so we get these odd ducks once in a while. And you know, sometimes we get some really terrible folks who are just there to be disruptive in the first place. And that, you know, or they, you know, they get very personal and weird, and I don't get it. You know, I'm trying to be professional and just get my work done every day. And I get submissions, and so, you know, every day you get some submissions, and I have to like field them and check them out, make sure the code is clean, and clean it up, and then, you know, if it's all good, I merge it. And so such was the case the other day. Got a little extra submission to enhance the Ender 3 V2, one of the user interfaces, UIs as we call them. So we've got a few different UIs for these displays. I'll go to my channel here, just make sure I'm seeing myself. There it is. Hey, I'm live. Good. Okay, just want to keep this on, and I'm also going to keep the chat up on here just in case anybody shows up. I know that today's Jerry's day for doing his stream, so I don't expect a lot of folks to pop in here necessarily. I don't know how popular Jerry's stream is, but I like to drop in every so often and check that out. So anyway, I'm going off tangent here. Got to get back into my tangent. I'm not quite awake yet, so coffee. Yeah, you can see that wonderful ambient glow coming in from outside. It's really nice. It's like 98 degrees out today. It's probably 100 by now. Fahrenheit, which, you know, it's not quite the western desert of Australia, but it's getting there. So we get some odd ducks, yes. Where was I? Oh, right. So, you know, we get these submissions every so often. And so we got one, and I was like, okay, this looks cool. It's part of, you know, it's a thing called Gyre's UI, and it's put together by a really fabulous guy, Jacob Myers, who has been, you know, nothing but awesome. You know, he made an alternative user interface, or you know, expanded on the user interface that had been provided by Creality. And then there were some others who came along and sort of expanded on the expansion. And there was one fellow in particular, Miguel, who has been, again, nothing but professional. You know, he was putting out, he was working on his stuff in his fork, which, as you do, and he wanted to he had his own, you know, fans and testers working with his firmware, because I guess he's been promoting it on Patreon, and so he had his own fans and stuff, and so he was putting out binaries for them to test, but he wasn't necessarily giving away source code because he didn't want his premature source code to get like submitted to the main Marlin project. Of course, you could simply tell me that, say, hey, if any code gets submitted for ProUI, make sure that, talk to me first or have me review it. That would have been fine. Let's do that. That's cool. The same for anyone. Communication up front, super helpful. Very helpful if you could do it. It doesn't have to be in English. I will translate your French if you're not being a complete dick. But if you're being a complete dick, I may ask you to translate your French for me. So anyway, we've had, but the thing is that Miguel was suddenly getting barraged by all these complaints, accusations, paranoid insanity from this one guy, who let's just say I won't name this guy through this whole thing, because let's just call him, just for the sake of argument, we'll call him, I want to say something close to his name, but not his name. Let's call him Pistophe. All right. So Pistophe came along and was basically just pissed off for some reason. And immediately was like, well, hey, GPL is an inviolable rule of, nature, and God damn it, this guy is refusing to give people source code, and I want to know what's going on. And I was like, well, that's a valid complaint. I always say, if you're putting out binaries, you should be putting out your damn source. And then, Miguel was sort of trying to sort that out. And he wanted okay, well, I'll take my stuff that I'm working on and I'll just put an LGPL on it, and then I don't have to share the source. And I was like, well, that's not technically right. there's things you have to do to make something LGPL fit with a GPL project. Like if you want to distribute a GPL project with, say, some closed source library that's required to be used with your GPL project, as far as I know, that is fine. You can do that. There can be some closed source element that is maybe a requirement. As long as your own original work is GPL v3, you can't force somebody to open up their closed library or whatever. So I'm of the attitude, well, if he's writing his own code, even if it is somewhat derivative of existing code, I'm fine. Just package it up into a .a or library file by doing building it, making it so it can be built separately as a library. And then when you distribute your code, you can distribute all the rest of the source for people to be able to build it. But your part that you don't want to show off yet, you can just package it in the library. And when you're ready, and he's been coming around. When things have been solid, he comes back around and he submits it to the project. And I'm like, that's fine. Creality, when I had a meeting with them, same kind of thing. They were like, can we keep our source private for a period of time? And I was like, well, if you're releasing binaries, no. You kind of have to give away the source with the binary. That's just one of the things, and I was very much a stickler about that. And also, I'm trying to represent, the interests of other copyright holders. Everyone who has contributed is a copyright holder in their kind of portion of Marlin. And there is there's fuzzy things about when you go to court and try to defend these things. It can be tricky, but in essence, there is only copyright law backing this stuff up. So I feel that goes to authors' rights and stuff. And so we have this going on. And meanwhile, this other person complains. And so Miguel feels obligated to do this. And I got harsh with Miguel because, I really wanted him to follow the rules, and not be weird about it. And I was like, I didn't quite understand why he's being weird, but I was like, okay, fine. If you want to keep your source hidden until it's ready, I'm cool with that. I don't know where it's going to end up or go. It's certainly not going to get into the main project if you don't want it to. So come to me, talk about it. So I just really wanted to get it out. The thing was that no matter, Pistophe was never going to be satisfied no matter what I did. So it was and frankly, there's little that I can do. I can't go after people in legal way. What am I supposed to do? I can yell at them, I can, bother them all day, but ultimately I want to be able to work with people and also benefit from the work that they do. And if they feel that they have to work in a certain way, I want to accommodate that as much as I can. And so it was as simple as that. I just really wanted to do that. And actually, you know, Miguel took off and left Discord, and I was like, well, how am I going to talk to him? So I found his Patreon, and I became a patron, and you know, threw him $10 a month because frankly, he's worth more. He's doing good work, and you know, in spite of Pistophe being pissed off all the time about it, like, you know, that's his problem, and it's really like, you know, it's his problem. You know, and he has no right to be like demanding things, like, you know, I mean, he maybe feels that he has because of the GPL being an inviolable law of nature or whatever, and stuff, but there's a lot to it, you know. And frankly, it's like, when it comes down to it, it's like, when we get to court, fine, we'll talk about it then. In the meanwhile, like, let me try and like do the best I can to get everybody happy and get the things in that matter. And frankly, like, we're talking about one printer, one display, and one particular UI for it, and it's called Pro UI, by the way, and I think it's pretty awesome. And Gyre's UI also is pretty awesome, and there's a I'm going to be putting that back in, I think. I just have to clean it out and make sure that there's nothing poisonous in it, as it were. We'll get to that. So anyway, this has been, you know, everything's been going smooth for a couple months, you know, like, good. I'm getting those submissions, updates to Pro UI every so often. Pistophe is doing his own thing. He's leaving us alone. But, you know, so I get this submission, and apparently Pistophe recognized that some of the stuff that was submitted came from his fork of Marlin, which I guess he hasn't been contributing his stuff back to Gyre's UI. So now we've got, like, you know, all these UI codes around that I'm not even aware of. I don't know what's going on. I've got too much going on, just trying to keep track of, you know, day-to-day pull requests and fixing bugs and all the issues we're having with SD cards and other things that I'm dealing with right now. And so, you know, yeah, so Pistophe comes along, and the first I hear of it is somebody says to me, oh, what's with all this drama? These guys are weird, this keeps happening, what the hell? And so I'm like, what's going on? Okay, I'll click the link, and I go and I look at the message, and I see, and this is always a sign of insanity. It's like someone has tagged my name in it, and they've got things to say about me, and like, I don't even know where they're coming from. And like, they said, and so this one is funny. He's like, I've notified GitHub, and I've called the French authorities, I guess the gendarmes or something. I don't know who he's calling. And I think it's all, of course, it's all nonsense. He doesn't notify anyone about anything. He's just making noise. But, you know, so, okay, so this guy is all pissed off, and he's making noise, and he hasn't even attempted to contact me at all in any way that I can see. I'm available on Discord. He wrote me later, or put a message up basically repeating the same shit on Discord, and I was like, okay, well, clearly he could have gotten in touch with me if he wanted, and, you know, but apparently, you know, so this is like, I don't know, within hours or seconds of his noticing this, he's all up in arms or something. So I'm like, fine, you know, I get it. People might be annoyed if someone goes to their fork and submits stuff and maybe removes their authorship information. I'm cool, I'm fine. I can understand that complaint, and if you have that complaint, all you do is you submit a pull request, fixing it up, you know, submit, and especially if you do it from your own fork, you know, just submit it, you know, like, don't be a weirdo. But, you know, the thing was, I had annoyed Pistophe because I had already said to him, like, look, I'm dealing with it my way, and you've said your piece, I've heard you, fine, now fuck off, I'm dealing with it. You know, the thing was, he was really being super overbearing and just like repeating himself over and over, and like, yeah, I want this, and you must do this, and he was just trying to gain control over the situation. I kept pointing this out. You're just trying to gain control, man. What is this? You're a control freak. Stop being a control freak. It's out of your hands. This is like, just let it go. What the hell? You know, and it's not even like, if you're going to have a crusade, I mean, God damn it, there's so many injustices in the world that you could be dealing with, but like, you know, this kind of like selfish, childish, like tunnel vision, I just can't believe exists. It's just insane. So anyway, let me pull up Discord anyway and make sure that I'm on the voice channel here, because I think folks should be, you know, hey, what's going on, Derek? I'm going to pull up the live stream and put my audio up here and be able to share the screen. Hey guys, what's going on? I am on the live stream. I just wanted to share with Discord as well. And let me just change my status or whatever. How do we do that? Copied. Hey, no, I don't want a double copy. I want to change my status. It was an easy thing to do. Where is it? Meh. Used to be easy. Mute, deafen. No. I don't know, it's just being weird. Okay, I don't need to change my status. You know I'm online. You know I'm here. So anyway, yeah, I'm online. I'm talking about the situation and trying to just let folks know what's going on and why, excuse me, I removed a feature from Marlin temporarily. And I want to like get the word out about, you know, just how people should conduct themselves when dealing with an open source project and so forth. So let's just say hey to Derek. Just live streaming, giving a little background on the situation. We'll say the Pistophe situation. Yeah, that's P-I-S-T-O-P-H-E, Pistophe. Yeah, so back to OBS. Okay, there we are. So anyway, Pistophe was Pistophe. But, you know, so the thing is, I would have been happy to put his authorship in or, you know, bring in whatever from his fork instead, if that was, you know, his preference. It just, you know, we get these submissions, and I'm perfectly fine if someone finds a fork that nobody is submitting from and decides to take some of that code and bring it to us. That is encouraged, honestly, because that's, you know, there are third-party forks that are just there to like kind of like pretend, hey, I'm the real Marlin, and you should get my stuff because it's way better. And then they never submit stuff to the main project, and it's sort of, it becomes disheartening. And the main reason that Pistophe wasn't sending stuff to us was that he was just pissed off. He hated us and didn't want to submit stuff to us, as far as I could tell, and just like felt slighted because I wouldn't honor his demands. So in any case, it came around to this big old, you know, instead of coming to me and saying, hey, could you fix this? It's been submitted, and you know, I'd like my name to be on it. I was planning to submit it, but I just hadn't got around to it, blah, blah. You know, typical stuff. Instead, I got this, you know, insane rant thrown at me and threats of the authorities at GitHub and whoever the French authorities are. I don't even know what that even means. And I gathered from this that Pistophe is just off his meds or something. He's just a loony, and it's like, the thing is, we've had loonies before, and they always end up just, you know, I just give them rope. Okay, say what you're gonna say, and they just hang themselves with all that rope. You know, and that's just the way it is every time. You know, if you you give a fool enough rope, he will soon end up hanging himself with it. So, you know, sure, go ahead, talk about what you're going to talk about, explain yourself, whatever. But I wasn't having it, you know. He came on Discord and started spouting a bunch of nonsense. So it was just like, okay, what the hell? And I had to just take him to task. Like, I kind of got a little confused initially. I was like, okay, well, wait, you and your little gang of people are trying to make custom versions of Creality UI for the Ender 3 v2 are all acting up so weirdly, and it's just getting on my nerves. Like, what the hell? You know, like we've never had a little group like around any kind of thing that has been so weird. So I'm like, okay, what the hell? That is just a bit much. So, so yeah, I wasn't having it that day. I was already like, you know, I'd already been through a bunch of debate about, you know, every other thing I'm doing wrong, and I'm like, I get it, I know. I'm really a hack, and I'm just kind of like slogging my way through this from day to day, and I realize there are many better things I could be doing, and it's just a matter of building up that infrastructure and figuring out ways to do it. But anyway, even with or without that, it wouldn't have made a difference to this situation because you got this weird paranoid guy who's just like, I mean, he'd already been writing for months ago or whatever, already been writing to people saying, oh, you know, calling the Marlin Project like a sect or a cult and like getting weird about me. Like, okay, yeah, sure, I come on camera once in a while and I try to do code and share what I'm doing and stuff, but I'm not aiming to be, you know, geek famous here or anything like that. And I frankly I just want to share what I've got. And so, yeah, I have to come up on camera and do this sometimes. Um, and also, it's part of it is just I don't get a lot of social interaction here in Austin where I moved and don't know people. So this is kind of like my little outlet to get do a little bit of, you know, actual conversation and kind of, you know, get exercise that, because I'm here all day and I don't talk to anybody. I'm just like this tongue, I'm not even sure it works. I have to check like every so often. I'm like, hello, okay, good, still works. um, so yeah, it's just a weird time being here, and like I'm probably the least cult-like person you would ever meet. I do not want to encourage people to hang out with me or obey me or do any of that shit. Like, I'm not that kind of person, damn it. Like if someone compliments me, I'm immediately like, I don't think I deserve that. And if, you know, if they flatter me, I'm like, what do you want? What do you want? What are you trying to flatter me for? You know, like I'm not the kind of person who could ever be in a situation surrounded by people being like, you're awesome, we want to follow your every word. I'd be like, get me out of here. These people are weird. So ultimately, you know, the labels and stuff he's throwing around, even now, probably like this moment, are just it's just, again, the fool. You give him rope and he'll just hang himself. I mean, people know I'm not anything but a nerd trying to do his best to kind of like get through a slog of a pile of pull requests every day. I'm just a nerd trying to, you know, get enough funding to kind of do this from day to day and not starve. And right now things are good, things are stable. I feel good. I'm not worried. And honestly, like, this is really the first period of my life, the most long and stable period I've had in my entire life. Like, I've wanted to go out and like I left Cape Cod like without any idea what I was going to do or how, and I didn't have connections, and I just like ran off to Boston in my 20s, and I was like, okay, we'll figure it out. And it didn't occur to me then I could maybe try and find engineering jobs or something. I was just like, well, you know, I don't feel like I have any skills. I didn't finish college. You know, I've been programming Atari games and Amiga games and like whatever. Nobody's going to want to hire me for anything. Who do I know? And I kind of wanted, I told myself, and I was disillusioned with the whole game programming scene anyway. Like, my Amiga games had taken me years and I made nothing. It was like painful stuff. And it was like, you know, just, okay, forget it. I'm out of this industry for good. And I even like just let my Amiga die, and I basically gave it away. I left my Atari and everything I had worked on for years in my teens, like in a closet in Somerville, and just like never, I don't know where it is now. It's all gone. You know, all that stuff is gone. And it's like, God, you know, but I didn't have a place to put it. You know, I didn't really have a stable place. I couldn't go back home and be like, hey, Mom, keep this, you know. I'll come back in 10 years for it, because, you know, I wasn't even sure there was going to be a mom or a home or anything there. You know, it was that kind of thing. Everything was scattered, you know. Our family had kind of fallen apart and gone its separate ways, and it's kind of still a big old scattered mess even today. So I'm like, you know, I'm really grateful that I'm in this position to be able to do this, and like, you know, from day to day, you know, I just try to deal the best I can with the situations and technical problems that I have to deal with. So to have someone come along and be like projecting all this insanity and just like being such a goddamn weirdo, like everyone knows, everyone who reads his stuff will know that he's just insane. So what does he think he's going to accomplish with with this? You know, I just don't know. Like nobody knows this pissed off guy. They'll be like, pissed off, who are you? You know, what have you done? Okay, so you took some code and for this one niche in Marlin that you're really obsessed with, and you went and made your own version of it, like basically following the same idiom everyone else had, and there's nothing original or innovative in there. I mean, it's, you know, I wouldn't claim that very little of anything I've done in Marlin has been in any sense innovative. I thought I was being innovative when I did like, oh, the starts on things, we'll split the first move in two so that we always get a good start. Like that was clever, you know. I thought that was pretty clever. I think we have a better solution now. We have like a little wait period or something before it starts the move, so you get that. The problem was, you know, if you did the first one before the second one was in the queue, then they couldn't chain, and so it would do this little stutter at the beginning of every move. And I would actually go in and test that. I'd be like, okay, let's do a G1 to this over to here, and then do another G1 over to here, right after each other, and I'll see what happens. And sure enough, instead of doing one continuous line, it would go whoop, and then it would stop, and then it would do the rest. And I was like, well, geez, how did this get left in here? So I thought that was pretty clever. There's a few clever things I think I've done, but I wouldn't say anything is like innovative or worth patenting or concealing or being really up in arms about if somebody took my code and brought it into their special fork of some other firmware or whatever, and almost verbatim, I'd be like, wow, cool, they like my stuff. Because I don't really see what the value would be of me like protecting it, like, this is, I wrote this, you know, I want my name on it, you know, like, or even early on, like when I first kind of, maybe into my second year in managing the project, I was even like, you know, people would say, I'd like to put a little header on my stuff that says this, I'm the author, and I was like, are you sure you really want to do that? You know, I mean, we all try to be really selfless here and blah, 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 and I'm like, nowadays I'm more tolerant of that. If you want to put your name on some piece of code that you wrote and keep it in there, I think that's probably a nice idea, because, you know, we can start to get a sense of, you know, who the overall copyrights of Marlin kind of, you know, those who really care about defending them, so to speak, and, you know, so I'd like, you know, I'm more open to that. And so, you know, if innovative or not, if the guy insisted, hey, I really like, you know, worked hard on this, and yeah, sure, it's just basically exactly the, you know, what someone would have to type to get this to happen, sure, I'll call it my awesome thing, and you got to put my name on it and let everyone know that I wrote this awesome thing. I'll be like, okay, great, you wrote this awesome thing. This is Pistophe's code right here. He's really pissed off, and he wants you to know that he wrote this awesome code. So, you know, if that's what he wanted, I could have asked for that, and he could have gotten it. That would have been fine with me. But instead, he went straight for some bizarre, like, fucking crusade I don't even know what about. Like, he's just off in his own world about what's going on in Marlin world, I guess. He just thinks he thinks there's this big, like, cabal or something, and it's like, I hardly know these people I work with. You know, like, I talk from day to day with people who show up and they stick around for a month or a year, and then they're gone and they go live their lives, and like, I may never meet them. And like, you know, it's all very loose, and it's just like from day to day, like, you know, we're not all hanging out in a big old meeting room having meetings about Marlin. It's just, you know, things come in when they come in, occasionally chat here and there with this guy or that guy or this gal or that gal. I'd like to see more of these gals contributing, by the way. So stop scaring women away from engineering, dudes. Just kidding. It's not entirely your fault. It's the industry as a whole. But hey, it's made of people, right? So, yeah, so I don't know. At this point, my final thing was, okay, you're coming into my Discord and you want to be a weirdo. I'm not going to put up with it. And so I just kept, you know, pointing out, you're being a dick, you're being weird, you're insane, you're off your meds, cut it out. What the hell? What are you doing? You know, where are you coming from? What is all this? You know, and he just wanted to keep on going. Of course, you know, when you challenge somebody rather than being open to them, of course, they're going to just it's going to become contentious and they're not going to budge, which is fine. Pistophe wasn't going to budge anyway. He's a control freak, and that's kind of the way he's been from the beginning. So there was never any expectation, really. I just didn't, I just figured this is just another kind of like a scam, basically. The guy came along basically specifically to waste our time, specifically to annoy us, specifically to harass us. And that, whether or not he wrote code in his fork is irrelevant. He seems to be like, that just all seems to be of a piece. It was a way for him to pass the time. And he wanted to make some code for himself, and he did, and he got some good little UI for himself. And, he never submitted it back to Gyre's UI anyway, from what I hear, after talking to Jacob. He wasn't interested in really working with us in any way and being, a helpful contributor. He's just sort of off on a weird kind of insane tangent of his own. And again, just somehow attached to this notion that, if I don't somehow go out and shiv or shoot everyone who violates the GPL, that I'm not doing my due diligence or something. And the thing was, like, you go and you demand out of someone else's code, and they won't give it to you. And then, and at a certain point, like, what can you do? I understand it's like GPL is an ideal, and we really try to make it happen. And we try, and those people who respect the ideal and work within the ideal, it works. If you stick to it and you work with it. But when folks come along and they try to play shenanigans or do other things, it can be a little tricky. And so I did try to mitigate that, by figuring out ways to get the LGPL merged, and that was appreciated. It was a way for people to be able to get the source, build it, even though they couldn't get that one spec of it. And then again, it comes to us anyway later on when it's ready. So I was like, fine, if that's the way you work and that works for you, then do it that way, and find a way that you can get your testers involved. And that was annoying because, like, yeah, so he was being harassed, and like he's still being harassed probably. And then you get this guy harassing people. So it's like, okay, pissed off at some point. I get it. You're pissed off. Go be pissed off. Live your life. Be pissed off. But leave us alone. And I did finally say that. I was just like, look, you're being a complete dick. I know you're just going to keep doing this kind of thing. Just go away. Go away. You're an idiot. And so, banned him from Discord, blocked all 5 of, well, he had 4 accounts on GitHub, which is already a bad sign. And then he opened a 5th one just to make some comment pretending not to be himself. And so I was like, I'm going to block that one too. So yeah, now I don't want to broadly generalize, but to all the French people watching this, what the hell? What's with the French? It seems like every time a French person comes along, they're just like insane. Now, what I would like to do is get more French people involved who aren't insane, so that we can mitigate and put a damper on this terrible rumor that the French coders are insane. We'll see if that works. I would really love to get more French people involved. I know that we have a few people, French speakers and people from Algeria and elsewhere, who are involved, and so I know that it's not just the French. Obviously, we get insane people from everywhere, and probably if more Americans were coders, we'd get more insane Americans too. But for some reason, I just kind of have picked up on the fact that there's a lot of neurosis coming out of France these days. And I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe the water needs to be filtered better. I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah. So there's not much more to say about the situation. I removed Gyre's UI temporarily because I just didn't want any poisonous crap coming in from this one contributor, who, and as it turns out, isn't even contributing to Gyre's UI. He's just writing his own stuff and then not contributing it. So he's got this extended version of Gyre's UI on GitHub. I'm sure you could find if you really wanted to. I don't recommend it. I mean, maybe the code and the UI is fine, but you know, it's not gonna get any better. I don't think at this point. I don't think the guy's gonna keep working on it. Maybe he will. I don't know. I mean, you're certainly welcome to. I mean, it's an open world. You know, do what you want. But I did block him and ban him from the project, so he can't fork it again. And he can't submit stuff to us. And that's fine. I don't really want to deal with him. I downloaded his fork, so I have a current copy. So whatever, you know, maybe I'll merge some of that bit by bit, piece by piece, little by little. All the obvious tweaks and patches. Nothing that's, you know, that would merit an authorship or anything. But I mean, but frankly, I'd rather just take whatever gets updated in Gyre's UI itself and bring that over. But there's also this Pro UI, which is Miguel's stuff, and he's still working on that, and still in the same manner, and that continues to improve. And frankly, a lot of what came in, and a lot of what Pistophe seems to be doing anyway, is basically just a bunch of porting things over from Miguel's code anyway, out of basically going back to the original Marlin fork, getting some of that and porting it back into his, and then calling it his, and then saying, "Oh, nobody should submit that." You know, like, because that's the thing. None of it appears in any sense original. It's all, you know, it's all of a piece. You have draw a menu item with a piece of text, and you put the text next to it, and then like, you know, oh, I want to move the button up by 2 pixels. Like, is that worth getting your author's name on it? Oh, I changed this if I move it up by 2 pixels. You know. Oh, you know, whatever else. I don't think any kind of artwork got submitted or anything like that with it. It was just a bunch of, you know, kind of fairly obvious ports of things which are in Pro UI and which hadn't gotten into Gyre's UI yet. And I was like, okay, and you know, maybe some of that was by Pistophe, but I don't know. I haven't looked too closely because, well, I have other things to do, and I wanted to get away from that. So anyway, that's 40 minutes or whatever on that situation. You don't need much more than that. Someone's here. Got an actual visitor. Hi, Skelly82. What's going on? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, we're just about to get into whatever it is that's going on in the world right now, of Marlin. In particular, actually, well, there's a couple things I want to show you today. One is, let's see, what am I working on here? That's auto build. We can put that away. And this is something else. We don't have anything in this yet. So let's open up Marlin, shall we? So one of the things that we've been playing with, that I've been playing with in this past week a little bit, is the simulator, which is built into Marlin. I don't know if you know it has one, but I will simply grab grab that, use example config simulator. It's actually a way to do it. So let's pull that up. So I have downloaded the simulator configs, and so when I go back to VS Code, you'll see I have options to build the simulator. So let's just do a quick rebuild of it. And you'll see it's, I've got a silent build going, so we won't see any messages unless there are errors or warnings. And right now, this is due to, we're going to be upgrading to the next version of Platform I/O pretty soon to deal with monitor flags. But right now, it is still giving us a little message. Okay, we got a real build, and now I can hit run. And up comes the simulator. Check it out. So this is our the Marlin simulator, and it's got some really cool features. One is, which I'd like to make visible right away, or I guess you can do a pop-out. Boop. Okay. Ah, yes. So yeah, you get a pop-out of the display if you want, or not pop-out. Boop. Just have it there. And then you get a view of your bed, although right now when you drag, it kind of tilts your head, which I don't think makes sense. Like, what are you going to be looking at in this little space? Like, it shouldn't really be a virtual space as much as just a, you know, here's your view of the printer on a table. That's my feeling about it. The author of this has a differing opinion. I was like, well, I'd like to have this spin the thing when I pull the mouse, and at least as an option, but he'd like to convince me that this is just awesome. Well, I'm not convinced, Chris. I'm not convinced, but yeah, it doesn't do what I want. I would rather it like spin this so I can look at it from different sides rather than like if I want to get to the other side, I would have to like walk over to the other side of the printer and look and then turn my head and look at it. I'm like, that makes no sense. Just keep it always in view. And then the other view I wanted was, I guess there is an overhead view. You can hit, there's a couple keys. Oh, the F key, right? And then there's a follow. I guess it'll follow the head, the print head as it moves, which, you know, is cool. But again, I don't find that super useful. And then if I go back, like now that is there a way to reset the viewport? I'm not seeing it. So now that I've gotten in this view, I can't get out of it. Or if I want to get some distance on it, I have to do this scroll wheel thing, which is really slow. So yeah, I was trying to get this working better this week, but I have not touched OpenGL in a very long time, and it works with SDL, that's the Simple Direct Media Library, which I've also worked with before. And so I went back to some old code I had to kind of see what I was working with OpenGL, and see if I recognized, you know, could get refamiliarized through that. And yeah, I actually did a little of that, and I was like, okay, I remember this now. Yeah, you have to set this up, and this, you bind to that, you bind to this, then you do this operation, and it's weird to get used to. I remember OpenGL, but you could do some cool things with it, obviously. I mean, it was the de facto way to write games back in the day, 3D and stuff. But the problem was my code was all centered around 2D sprites, so it was all just about rectangles, and I'm like, well, there's not a lot here that I can look at and go, oh, this is the camera view, and I'll change the 3D frustum and all this other stuff. So FLTO flag, gotta go. FLTO, offhand, hold on. I'm trying to think if I remember what that stands for. FLTO. Oh, I can't remember. Now you've forced me to go and like look it up on the old acronym. NIM. What does that stand for again? Flight orders. Use the, oh, I see. Use the link time optimization. Like that flag for FLTO. Yeah, I haven't played with that. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, it's got to go because it's too slow with rapid changes. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about what that flag does. If you can provide some insight, that'd be great. So yeah, it wasn't that easy. We just, you know, you hit build and run, and you got a simulator ready to go. And you can do things like, you know, you can go down here and say G28, and it'll do a homing. Oh shit, I'm going to start it over because I can't get back to the original view, so I have to quit it and start it over. That's the officially supported way to get back to the original view right now. So G28, raise, doop doop, and it does a little simulated end stop thing. Pretty cool. The other thing I wanted to do was set it up so right now you have, yeah, I actually modified mine. Like, I wanted 0 when you're at the home on the machine. I wanted the steppers to be 0 as well. So I set that up so that the steppers would be 0. Basically what I'd like is for the steps that display here to be the steps that are in the firmware. And right now it's not. It's based on the physical, like a simulation of the physical stepper motors is basically what it's based on. So it sort of just takes whatever steps are given and it goes forward and back. And so you see what the physical stepper motors are at, but you know, if you want to see where the actual steppers in the firmware are at, they're not available right here yet. But so that'll be the next thing I'll add. I'll maybe throw it up here or do something where it reflects it. Because yeah, previously, right after homing, it would be like some big negative number, and I was like, I can't make head or tail of a big negative number after I've homed. I'm like, that really should be 0, so when I go to, 100, 100, I can see, oh, the steps correspond. There's 100 times the number of steps I expect. That just make it easy. So you go G28, X100, you can see, like, whoop. Oh, I forgot. G1, X100, sorry. So this is another cool thing is like, see, it's going nice and slow, but you can go to max speed, you can go to real time, and you can even pause, which is great. So you can stop, you can pause it. The only thing I'm lacking now is I have to build an ARM64 Mac version of the GDB debugger so that I can do real debugging on this. I have the x86 64 version of this working fine, but I can't run the debugger on this architecture at the same time, and so I have to go and do all that. But yeah, so you can see 80 steps is 8,000. See, look at that, 80. So that's typical. You go 80 steps times 100 millimeters equals 8,000. So it's set up for a typical 16, 200 and all that. So yeah, whatever you compiled the firmware for, that's what you would get for steps. So if I had set this up to be, with a higher number of steps per millimeter, I should expect to see a larger number here. And then this simulation would also put the head at a different spot or whatever. So yeah, so everything's in good shape. So now if I go G28 again, hopefully we'll get that blinking to stop here. But yeah, you can see the steps are at, X is at minus 0.013. I'm not sure exactly why. And the steps is like, well, I kind of changed them to be unsigned. So at the moment it's showing a really huge number, but I'm going to change it back to signed because clearly a smaller negative number would be better here. So anyway, yeah. And then we have integer scaling, which is nice. It just keeps it from looking bad. So yeah, you can go into the menu. You can do all the things that you would do in the menu. And I set it up so you can do right. One of the things that's a little annoying is that the regular UI, see over here, is also responding as you do arrow keys. So what I like to do is like figure out a way to bind them so that when you're in this view or you click this, suddenly now the arrow keys won't go up in the interface. They'll just stick here until you click somewhere else maybe. I'm not sure exactly how that would work. But it's very rough at this point. It's still a rough thing. It's built around, what is it called? IMGUI. And I've never worked with IMGUI before, so pretty interesting. But and it loads a library from Chris Pepper's fork of Marlin. So it still relies on some stuff, but we may bring that over to the regular fork at some point. So what else can you do with this? Well, of course, it's got serial monitors, so basically by default it's already monitoring just the basic first host style serial port. So you can do all the things that you would normally do in your host, and then you can try it out. So recently we did some, for example, let's go to X100, Y100, F99, I'll go as fast as possible. Woof! Oh yeah, that's fast. So recently we had ARC optimizations done. So actually, previously, the way ARCs were done is if you did an ARC, you end up with a lot of small segments, and so the planner could only see like, a few of those, and so it couldn't tell, that you could go to some really high speed if you were on even on a relatively shallow arc. So now it's been set up so it passes the arc angle in along with the rest of the stuff as it's drawing arcs, so that it can anticipate the speeds that it can reach, and so now it actually is able to plan and do faster moves. So that's one of the things that's recently been added, and that's going to be in 2.1.1, and I don't think we'll be getting it in 2.0.9.5. That's going to be the long-term support on 2.0.9.5 is slowly, it's going to be falling behind 2.1.1, which isn't a big deal. 2.1.1 or 2.1, the 2.1 branch and version has everything that's in the other one. It's just a little more. It's got stuff for 9-axis, and then little by little, it's going to be diverging more and more. So 2094, 5, etc. will be getting patches, and those patches will be bug fixes. But for the most part, it won't be getting. Once it's patched and all the bug fixes that we've got for the most recent version are in there, I think that's going to be mostly the end of the line for 209. It's just going to get some patches here and there. Basically, especially for people who are passionately still using it and like, yeah, I like the 2.0 version. This 2.1 version is a new frontier, and I'll trust it. If you want to, stick with 2.0, we'll continue to try and patch it up, and then if you have patches, of course, you can submit them, and we'll keep it happy. And as much as it may diverge from 2.1.1, that's fine because we're looking to the future. And there's all kinds of new refactors I need to do. Things like I just did the PID stuff. I just finally encapsulated that into a class. So some other stuff's going on. How does TFT UI? I haven't tried the TFT UI in this simulator yet. Let me see if I can do that. Let's try it out. Let's see. So what's the deal with that? Do I have to just select TFT UI as the screen and that's it? I want to go down here, TFT. So right now I'm using this one. So if I use the TFT something, would it be one of these, the SPI one, something like this? I'll put a note in here in the configs that it works with the simulator if that's the case. Oh, well, a release build, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I haven't noticed any performance issues at all with the debug build. So I'm sure both the debug build and the release build will both impress me, and I'll probably have a hard time telling the difference. But my guess is the release build is probably going to be, measurably speedier, I'll bet. So yeah, let's build it. Oh, well, first I did take out the, let's see. I took out the LCD, so oops, let me undo that and build it again. And I'll just close all these. There, okay, new build. Let's see what we get. So generic TFT with 480 by 320 and SPI, okay, I'll try that. What's this? Oh, it's fine. I'll have to wrap that in a don't warn me. Looks like we're getting a good build this time. So yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to tell the difference. I mean, when I hit the run on the debug version, and the initialization actually, it compiles a couple shader programs right at the start, and whips right through that. So there's no, I see no speed issues as far as the running goes. Like there it is. I'm running it now. I don't know why it brings up the dock when I run it. That's so weird. Must be something to do with the fact that it's using a form of like X Windows or something like that. Well, anyway, yeah. So it seems to be performing all just fine. I mean, being able to tell the difference will be interesting. I'll have to do something like run a profiler on it. But I'm not sure how well I can run a profiler with like Xcode. It has that profiler thing built in, but I think typically it needs some profiler stuff that's compiled in with it, that's provided by Xcode, and we're not building with Clang, we're building with GCC, so it would be interesting to get it building with Clang though. I'd kind of be into that. So yeah, let's take a look at the TFT generic. So let me just find the word generic so I know what I'm looking for. Here we are, TFT generic. So we can just go for that. SPI, and you said 480 by 320, right? Yep. So that is generic, and I believe that will, I'm told that will do it, but also I think we may have an option down here to use one of these different UIs, maybe. Is that a possibility? I'll try building it again and we'll see what we get. Heck, let's do the release build. We'll see what happens. Oh, it's complaining. Error. I need one of those. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, let's go. I think we want classic UI, but maybe all of them will work. Maybe. Classic UI is just, it's basically Marlin UI implemented as on the TFT. Oop, and then this thing. Let's make sure we get this sorted out. Div4, div4, div4. Well, it's clearly not being redefined there. Where did it say it was? It was being redefined in libs, in libs w25qxxcpp. So it's here. Oh, yeah. And I guess we could just say something like, just keep it from whining at us. Okay, so anyway, it did build, and now we run. This is awesome. I haven't tried this yet. Oh! Oh, that is nice. Okay, so that's, and there is a, there's an option, I think, let's try the other UIs and see if they work. Do they? Do they? This would be kind of neat if they did. So yeah, of course, classic UI is just, it's an emulation of, on that display, which supports an emulation mode. So it actually puts it into like an emulation mode and then just sends all the same stuff that we would normally send, which is really funny. It's kind of cool that they have that. I think that's great. So here's another thing. Whoops. Array subscript 3 is above something, so here's some bugs. Not sure what this is. Types. When referencing, oh, I see, it's this line here. Well, you know, we gotta find the bugs when we find them. Line 27, it says, which obviously is an include. I really hate the way these things describe their errors. Like, just guide me better, compiler. I see you could do it. So it's clearly something here. Array subscript 3 is above the bounds of float 3. I guess it is. And num axes. What is num axes? And then while referencing pause in one of these UI things. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Where is it actually happening? In move axis screen, it says, okay. So I gotta check out bugs. It's the job, right? It's part of the job description. So it doesn't like this pause thing. What's going on with that? Is there something called pause here? Not there. There isn't. There's one here on line 637. What are we referring to? I don't know. It's going to be tricky to figure out. Well, let's go build that. Did it build? Oh, it's still giving me an error, huh? Pointer not aligned at address. That's strange. I don't know where that's coming from. Let's try the debug build and see if that makes any difference. It could be, that could be part of the issue, is pointer not aligned, and might be part of the problem here. It's being very peculiar. I've never seen that one before. Yeah, it's giving me that. Look at that. Images plus 403. Pointer not aligned at address. Why? I see that it's an odd number, but from tft image.o. Oh, I see. Is that something I can't even get rid of? TFT image? Nope, there's a TFT image CPP. So it's possible that I need to throw in some kind of force alignment here inside here. I could try that. And And it looks to me like part of it is these pointers here is really the issue. And it may be related to these being off. So I think what I might need to do is look at, and these are X-turn as well. Well, that doesn't help. If they're X-turn, that means that they're somewhere else. But where? Ah, here. Okay, so this may be part of it. Let me try and find the one of those align directives, and I'll put it in. Align, I know. Where do we say the word align? There's so many places. But I think I want to say somewhere in H, there it is. Attribute align size of something. We could try that. That is strange. I've never seen that one before. Why is this marked X-turn? I'm not sure. Oh, I guess it just makes sure it exports the symbol. Is that what happens? Like this will end up being something the linker can see but if I didn't have X-turn on here, the linker wouldn't see it, right? Yeah, well, the error that I'm seeing may be related just to the environment that I'm in. I don't know if it's part of what's going on with mine, but we can say we can just say aligned, and then we can just say 4. We'll see if that makes any difference. Give it a build. It maybe just be that one thing, or maybe all kinds of things, but okay. Did we get fewer that time? Let's count them up. Let's see, I see 403, 390, all the way up to 13. And the 490 one is gone, so it looks to me like I'm on the right track. So let's find some more of these issues here. So that was one, and then, oh, these are all marked X-turn as well, which I guess you have to do. X-turn is a funny thing. So that one is somewhere. There it is. Okay, so basically I think I'm going to have to go through all the ones in here and do this. Let's see. So we'll do E, find those, and what's the directory? TFT images. And we'll replace this with put it somewhere, I guess right here. Oops. Yeah. And we'll replace that with that. Hopefully, if I do all 34 of them, that will take care of it. Here we go. Hope I guessed right. Oh, no, it didn't work. Nope, none of them. Which one is this? 403. It may be that none of those mattered. Some of them are probably just fine, I'm thinking. So let's go back here. Anybody feeling that cult vibe yet? Sorry, I can't help myself. It's just, if you can't, if I didn't laugh, I would cry, honestly. It is just so sad that people go insane and and of course you don't see it when you're nuts, you know, naturally you don't see it. It's just, okay, so what else could be misaligned here? Wow, it's weird that the other errors went away, but maybe I cleared it too soon. Maybe that's all that happened here. Let's try again. There may be some directive I can put on it to force it to align all kinds of data. Okay, so 403 is still screwy. So yeah, none of those, but it's part of TFT image, so it's got to be something in here. So it could be that these structures are also off by some thing, or maybe this structure, or who knows. AC 6B, AC, I see these going down. AA, E5, F2. So if I go from E5 to F2, that's not a very big thing. That's, what, 7? let's see, from 5 to F0 would be 10, so it's like 12 bytes higher, and then from F2 to FF is like only 13. And then from FF to 19 is 26. So yeah, there's not a lot here that is misaligned, but you see they are definitely starting out at some odd number. So maybe it's just this images plus, oh, maybe this right here. Stick on there. Let's see if that works. It's bound to be something simple. Yeah, it could be that's one of these structures are just like, yeah, what's going on, man? Let's try doing a wrapper where we align all the data in the screen here in some way. Let's find that align thing again. I guess aligned. Yeah, I noticed they show up. Aligned, aligned. Surely I have a thing wrapping some things. Oh, here we go. Now, oh, it's got compiler aligned as a thing. That's kind of neat. I see it's got this underscore underscore aligned for. Is that how I spelled it? No, that's weird. But yeah, there's all kinds of aligned aspects here that you can do in GCC. I guess it has a couple different syntaxes you can do. Like there's this one, and then there's this one. I don't know why that makes a difference. But, oh yeah, here, yeah, well, I just did that. I did that, wait a second. So I thought there was like an alignment around that structure. But let's try to stick it on all these just for the heck of it. Oops. We'll just go all these. We'll get an attribute stuck on them. All right, I mean, we'll just go crazy. I hate to do it on all of them like that. But I think typically what we've done is had just at the top of a structure. Doesn't work. Okay, now what? Should I align at 8 just for the heck of it? I mean, we are on an ARM 64, right? Maybe 8 matters. No, of course not. It probably doesn't even matter. It's just an odd boundary or something. What is the alignment issue? I'm just going to do a real quick check and see if there's a standard method for dealing with this. Like maybe there's just a flag I can stick on there. Fix pointer not aligned at address. You know I'm going to go straight to Stack Overflow, right? Let's see, Apple Macho. Yeah. Okay. That's some Xcode thing. I don't care. How about if we say minus Xcode, please? No Xcode, please. How to align a pointer in C? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? I mean, we're trying to do our alignment, but now it's being silly. Yeah, so here we have aligned 128. That's an interesting choice. That's an interesting one. Inline, please align. Cute. I know. This is I hate going on these side tracks, but this is what happens. This is code, man. Sorry. And what is this cursor crap? No. I'm just going to quote the whole damn thing. Let's see what that says. Chromium had this bug, and what they did was nothing in particular. There's got to be some like a way to get structures to align just with a flag. GCC flag align data, please. There we are. Global variable alignment. GCC, is it packed struct? fpack struct maybe? Packed attribute packed. That's interesting. Well, we don't want packed, I mean, necessarily. We can try packed, but it's going to expand all the data, but it's worth a try just to see if it works. So let's do that. Let's go to native INI, and we'll just stick it on here. Pack struct equals, we'll try 4. Let's try 5. See if it takes it. It might not like it. That's what you got to do, though. I am still doing a silent build, just because I don't know. Is it faster because it's not blobbing out text? Probably not by much. Yeah, no such error on Linux. Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, also you'll get a slightly different result on a slightly different day, based on just where some byte is. Okay, so that didn't work. fpack struct didn't do a darn thing, but then again, I'm not even certain that it was on there, so we got to double check. Let's put it on here. It's supposed to be part of common build flags, but oh, here we have another one. This one has build flags, but it's not getting the build flags from up here, which is stupid. Or is it? Simulator macOS, so yeah, it's getting both. Linux debug, which is that, which does inherit from there, which does inherit from there, which does get that. Okay, so maybe I didn't get that. Let's try it this time. Let's try one more time. It's a good thing I got these 20 cores to build with, right? Sure, that speeds things up a little, teeny bit. So yeah, the simulator is pretty neat. I really want to get that working version of GDB. They don't have it in, yeah, it's still doing that crap. I don't know what's going on. Let's see if we can try. I'll just stick it straight on, just to be sure. Yeah, it looks to me like maybe it's not pack struct, it's something else. Might be the answer. Alignment problem with uninitialized data. F no common. What's that? They go into the BBS section instead. Never tried that sort of thing. Let's see. Well, that didn't work that time either, as I expected. So, pack struct is not the answer. But it did get rid of 1, right? We did see 1 go away when I put the alignment on that, on this. So it may very well be, you know, yeah, like I put it on here. I put it on here. All right, so that got aligned, and that actually made it go away. We saw number 490, I think, was the offset that was screwed up, and then it said, okay, now it's gone. But we'll do a rebuild quick and see if that makes any difference. And, oh, that's strange. Oh, I took the U off by mistake. Sorry, I didn't mean to take U out of the equation. Hey, alignment issue, right? Come on, hurry up. Yeah, okay, so that time, oh, no. I guess maybe I didn't make any difference. This is not making any difference at all. Okay, weird. Okay, so what is going on? It is definitely part of this. And none of these matter, so I guess for the moment I'll remove them. And we'll just remove them from all those, just for the heck of it. Again, we should be back to baseline. Let me go back to here. Yeah, pretty much. Back to baseline, so we'll do a clean, we'll do a build. Doing a clean may help, actually. I don't know if it's got anything to do with that, but probably not. Probably not. You sometimes get this issue where something got built, but the thing that refers to it doesn't get rebuilt, but so the things are out of alignment. So maybe a clean could fix that, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see the same issue here. And why it's doing this indexing thing, I don't know. Unaligned pointers for architecture ARM64. I need to look this up. What the heck is going on? GCC. Failed to build. So there may be some other issues here, but hey, look, this looks familiar. Somebody else is having the same thing. Check it out. It's this project is Proxmark 3 or RFID Research Group. Which version of Clang? It's affecting someone with Clang, maybe? That's strange. Clang 13. Come on, show me a fix. Let there be a fix. These commits fixed it. Let's see what they did. Packed. Well, they took out packed. So I don't know if we have any packed going on, but we can look for that. The word packed is not going to show up a lot in Marlin, I don't think. Ooh, I see packed as a flag somewhere. For certain things, it's being applied to a couple of builds. So I think I might need to get rid of packed if it's stuck on anything. I see binary stream is using packed. And it's using GNU packed, which is interesting. Never seen that before. GNU packed. Okay. I don't know where packed matters, though. That's the question. I see this, something going on with tftimage.h actually specifies packed. Let's try taking it off and just see if it makes a difference. I mean, these are all probably even numbered fields. I feel like it doesn't need to be packed. Okay, just do that one packed and we'll see if that makes any difference. I turned off the silent build so we get the entertaining flow of text. Oh, it built. Okay, there you go. Congratulations, me. It was packed on the T-image structure the whole time. So one thing I could do is simply say if Darwin no packed or something like that. I don't know how you do that with GCC, but yeah, I could do something like, you know, if not to find Darwin, you know. I mean, I don't know what the actual flags are, but I can actually find out pretty quickly. I've got a thing called include tree that I can do, but if I do that, I have to turn off the sim build, or stash it anyway. Stash. And I can do, what is it? I want to say mf test dash, I guess got PIO run dash E, and I think it's called, crap, let's look it up. Platform, I think it's at the bottom of here. Yeah, it's called include tree. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. There was one I had which like actually spits out all the symbols in the header, or rather all the predefines, all the defined stuff, and then I could see if Darwin is like set, but I can just ask GCC how to check for Darwin. I don't know. How do I check OS with a preprocessor directive? Here we go. Here we are. Unix, Apple, and Mac. I guess I could just go with Apple. And let me see if Darwin is in here. Darwin? Yeah, I guess it's just Apple is Mac, or I should say MACH. So yeah, we'll just go with this. Let's unstash. And we'll see if that actually works. Build. Let's hope so. I think we're good. Yeah, packed. Weird. I don't know why that would, I mean, I know why that would make a difference, but it all comes down to something having an odd number of elements and screwing things up. So, okay, it's happy. I just made it only for Darwin, so. But now, hey, now we can finally see the, yeah, look at that. Wow, that's nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. So one of the things that I would like to do with this is, there we go. One thing I would love to do with this is to set it up so that it has, boink, there. So that for the bigger screens, like the BX, I mean, it's huge. It's 1024 or something by 768. It's stupidly large. And yet all the stuff on it is still the same size. And so it's like, you know, what I'd like to do is like enlarge, if I could double the size of the text and stuff, double the size of the icons, you know, which means, you know, I'd like to have higher resolution icons and stuff. They don't necessarily need to be bigger, but the text definitely does. And, you know, maybe do a different layout, because I mean, you've got all that screen space. You could take all this and have it on the left side, and then you could, or, you know, top or whatever, the corner, and then you could have all kinds of other stuff in there. So this is a good, this is good looking though. I like it. So yeah, when you go in here, now as far as getting into the, yeah, so it's a touch screen. So if you want to get into the menu, you actually have to have a, I guess there's no way to get into the menu unless I hit return or something like that. Not sure. There should be a way to interact, but I'm not finding it. Like with the other screen, you would click on it and that would count as a menu click or a button, you know, enter the menu. And with this, there's no such thing. So the sim is a little off in that with this, you don't have any kind of interaction right now. G28, so if I do that, we get our G28 and the blinking stops, thank you. So that's pretty cool. So yes, we have a regular graphical display, and then we have this display for color. And yeah, I'd like to try doing the larger version if possible, but I noticed that it is picking up touches, like down here, it's registering them, but then it's not passing them into the firmware somehow. I'm not sure whether that's just an oversight or what. Oh, I forgot to enable touch. I'm being told I forgot to enable touch. Yes, so it's something you have to enable. I don't know why. I would miss that. But you know, there still should be like, without touch, I guess, how would we set it up to do an encoder? Because that would be good to have it set up for an encoder as an option. And I don't know if we have that right now, even though a lot of these screens do come with encoders. But yeah, maybe that I have to touch and hold, and then it'll become like Marlin UI mode, and then I can use the encoder. But no, that wouldn't make sense. Okay, so let me enable that. Touch. No, not that touch. Too many things called touch that aren't really touch. Touch screen, there we go. So if I simply say touch screen, I think I should be good just with touch screen, right? I forgot to enable touch. Is that the past participle of enable in French? Enable, no. Commencez, s'il vous plaît. Arrêtez, s'il vous plaît. It's the imperative voice, right? Arrêtez. See, I know a little French. I took French in high school. I also took Latin because I figured, hey, I'm going to take French. I should probably take Latin first so I have a little understanding of the basis, right? What a weirdo kid I was. You know, it wasn't exactly like some private school or anything. I was just like, I should definitely take Latin before it just seemed like the smart thing to do. What a weirdo. Okay, so, yeah. So let's do that quick. Don't pack, what's it called? T-image on Darwin. Boop. And then a little fix warning. And then there's the question of like, you know, like, okay, why would we even, you know, I guess we need to do that, but I don't know. There's a lot of things in Marlin which I look at and I go, I have questions. There are questions. Okay, so yeah, there's been some push to get immediate command response, as it were. They're immediate commands, we'll call them. Immediate commands into Marlin so that you could do things like, from your host, you could say, I want to change the feed rate, and it would do it right away rather than wait for all the moves in the planner to finish before it takes effect. Of course, you wouldn't see the effect until the next move gets added to the planner, so yeah, as much as that would seem to help, it won't. And I think it's already updated immediately anyway, but there are other things you could update. The problems I'm concerned about are just like, I want to make sure that they go in at the right time and in the flow of command queue, even though they may come out of order. Like, as long as it happens in the flow of the commands, it's good. But if you were to like just say, oh, I'm in the middle of a serial stream and I see, oh, here's a command, I'm going to run it right now out of the serial stream processor, that would be weird. You may not get, you know, it might happen in the middle of the command of another command running. Like, I don't know. It doesn't because we were a single thread, but later on we may be doing things where we have the serial processors running in one task and in an RTOS, in a real-time OS, and then the queue handler that's reading the stuff that's in the queue is doing a different thread, and so, or task or whatever. And so I want to be thinking ahead to that and be like, okay, I don't want to just dispatch commands from anywhere. There has to be a single place where commands are dispatched so that when they dispatch, if they block the right way and in the right spot. And I don't know, and of course you don't want them to just execute out of anywhere. So I was a little concerned about that. So I enabled touch. The French guy invaded my finger and now it slips. This is how they get you. I hope not, man. You know, finger is fundamental to the internet. Like, you should be able to type finger somebody and get the right info back. Hey, look, I got to calibrate. Top left, bottom left, top right. bottom right. Calibration. That's so cool. Thank you. Thank you. I'm calibrated. I wonder if it counts. We'll see. All right. Settings stored. Oh, cool. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, so it is homing. All right, so I clicked and it took me to this thing, which is interesting. I would expect it to go to the Marlin UI menu or something, but it goes to a, oh, tap on fan speed. Oh. Wait, do you always exit with a check box? No, this isn't a check box, it's a go back. Oh, this is the menu. Okay. I'm beginning to see the light. I haven't used this type of screen much, so please forgive me. But yeah, temperature, nozzle, hey, okay, cool. I do like the slider, although it sucks that you can't drag. Maybe you can in this on the screen, but not in the simulator. But okay, so yeah, check makes sense here. Plus, minus. One thing I think I might add to this is like markings where your typical temperatures are. So like if you want to go to your typical 205 or 200 degrees, it would be marked. And when you click near it, it would just go right to 200. You're close enough, it'll be like, okay, I'm going to snap to 200. Because like, when do you want to go 203? You know, like, well, I'm printing with this very, delicate chocolate, and 1 degree makes a big difference with that. I mean, maybe that would be the case. Half a degree, 1/10 of a degree. Of course, we're also dealing with Celsius here, so the degree in Celsius is a little bigger than your degree in Fahrenheit, I think. It's about 9/5, I think, of a degree. So yeah, that's cool. Bed, and then fan speed. Click on this thing and you get your menu. Thank you. But when you tap on it, it doesn't go into the menu. It highlights it. You tap a second time and it goes in. Okay, yeah, yeah, this feels good. It's nice. The one thing I would do with this thing is just, certain things, I guess. Like you go in the menu, for example. You could probably fit one more line here. 1, 2, 3. You could probably fit a 6th line. I don't know if that's the case already. Let me go to configuration. Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah. So yeah, we got all 6 lines. That's good. Yeah, I feel good about it. And yeah, you can scroll. Although these are, the one thing I might do here is like make a little space on the side so you can go up, down. But because left, right, you almost don't expect to do this. Like, why would it jump from advanced settings all the way up to restore defaults? And the thing is, it's going up by a page at a time. Whereas you'd almost expect this to go up one item at a time instead. And then if you do go to the second screen, like it really should be on, like why does it jump to this? And the reason is it's kind of faking it. It's saying, well, I jump over here, then the screen will have to redraw with this in it, and or maybe something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Because yeah, it's just it's weird where it ends up. So I might tweak that. But yeah, that's pretty neat. So the simulator, again, you can just get into this now. Let me do a quick search to see if there's any possibility I can get a Mac M1 GDB, GDB. Actually, I want GGDB. There it is. January 2022, so I've been waiting, and this is Reddit, so not necessarily the most awesome place to get it, but we'll see. Someone may, I don't know. The kids, they like Reddit, right? So let me do a quick check. I'll see if I can first do this. Get that going. And then we'll see if there's a GDB yet for ARM64. I think we're still a bit off here, but I can show you that I've got which GDB, and right now it's opt local bin, so it's my ports version. And if I say file which GGDB, it'll tell me that it's only x86-64 right now. So that's that build. And I tried using like plus ARM64 and all that kind of thing. And we'll upgrade the outdated stuff. AOM, I have a feeling GGDB is not going to be one of them. I guess I could have said sudo port upgrade outdated, and it would list all the outdated things. And GCC 11, oh, there is a new build of GCC 11, so there's hope. Maybe not a big hope. And then libgcc devel typically goes with it. Just means there's a new build. It doesn't necessarily mean anything else. And again, there's no guarantee that they've included a Darwin ARM64, rather. And also GGDB, I don't remember if it's fully part of that. Port contents, GCC 11. Okay, well, it has things. Let's try that again. We'll use a grep. Well, one of them is a libgdb, but GDB itself, no. Let's see if there's a port GDB. Oh, there is one. Yeah, it does. That's the one with GGDB, and it's not outdated, therefore no new build of GGDB. Sorry. Yeah, I was really hoping. Oh well, we'll let those finish, and I'll do a quick search and see what the deal is. Maybe there's one I can just download somewhere that someone already built for me. I tried configure, go on make. It errors out on make. Well, that was in January, so it is possible. But typically that's the kind of thing that someone who works on ports would want to get in there as quickly as possible. Let's see. It draws fast on my M1, but not fast enough to drag sliders with bit-by-bit SPI emulation. Okay. It doesn't redraw the menu on certain things, which is annoying. Host start. I see. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess that would just be responding to something from the host and then basically just calling it. I think there may be some other code that calls, like some other screen code that responds to that, so we just have to stick the right response in the right place alongside the other ones. Like if we look for ProUI, for example, probably has, wherever it's mentioned in the code for the most part, I want to say, yeah, it'll have something like dwin leveling done, dwin leveling start, etc. So those are, common actions. As far as responding to a host, let's see, where do we do that? Well, you can see most of the time it's like temperature does some screen update stuff. The UI, of course, does. M303, procedures you would expect to kind of like update the screen. Of course, power loss recovery, probing, single probe does some stuff. For some reason, ProUI just changes the behavior of G30, which I think is poor form. It shouldn't do that. Like ProUI, like do what you got to do, but this is weird. This is basically doing a G28 before it probes, does a single probe. And I guess I can kind of see why you'd want to do that, but I would say, if you could stick this into your menu responder instead, in ProUI itself, like where it calls G30, like I mean, clearly it's going to call G30 somewhere, right? What? No. Well, if it doesn't call G30, then what's the deal? Make sure I got the... Yeah, look at that. It's not anywhere. So why, with Pro UI, does it care about homing if it needs to? That's what G280 is about. I don't know. Well, anyway, side tangent. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a GDB, unfortunately. That's too bad. Oops, still building. libgcc. Yeah. Steps to get it working. So there's an April one. This one, I think, yeah, I read this one too. Install GDP. See here, it's using brew. It's forcing a build from source. I already did the certificate thing with my old one, of course. No use on when you don't have an ARM64 build. So there's a lot of talk about it. So yeah, I think I can probably get this working. I've had decent luck just using the ST-Link and doing remote debugging, and that's pretty, you're running at native speed on an STM32, so that's fine. I mean, for all the simulators doing, it's running at a fairly close to native speed, but the drawing is, again, it's all emulated, so it's a little on the sluggish side, but it's not bad. But yeah, I'd love it if those, oh, I forgot I left the nozzle on, I'm going to burn something. But yeah, it would be cool if while it's heating and stuff, they would show that in here, like the nozzle could blink or turn red or something. It'd be good to indicate it in there. I mean, all these little touches would be nice. It's like, I'd like to play with it. I would have so much fun. I know once I get into it and actually know what I'm doing with the graphics and stuff, it is going to be so much fun to get into it. But yeah, I think this is just a question of, I think the simulator is actually just not responding to the drag. It's getting the initial event of the click, and then it's just not doing anymore. If I continued to respond and send touches to the screen as I'm dragging, it would totally work fine. It's just the simulator itself is screwy. So I actually have a separate window open to the simulator part somewhere. That's not it. Ooh, Chameleon. That's coming. It's coming soon. It'll be coming soon. Chameleon 3D support in Marlin direct. So when you do your T0 and stuff, it just does what it's supposed to do. Of course, the nice thing with the way it works now is you can just take your Chameleon off or put it on, and it's not like your printer is married to the Chameleon, which is kind of cool. And I may just do that. I'll have some option where you can turn it on and off, so it doesn't always. So you can do it if a tool change command comes into your printer. It won't be like, oh, I must do these funky moves. It'll be like, there's no Chameleon, so I'm not going to do that. It has to actually detect it. So where were I? Oh, right. I want to say visualization. Here it is. See, I was playing with visualization, just kind of looking at this code, which is part of the simulator here, and basically adding comments so I understand what's going on. So you can see it's all OpenGL and raw, like, stuff, which is why you get this kind of like, ad hoc, like rainbow colored nozzle, because it's kind of easy to do a texture like that, just setting colors at the corners. And, but I'd like to add proper textures and things. And the main thing I wanted to do was put the view inside another transform and then be able to rotate that transform with everything inside of it. And so all you really need to do in this case is, the way GL works is you just take the projection of your camera and your camera view, and these are things that I'm going to probably stick it and make it just, stay in one spot for the time being. But then you take that and you multiply it by your geometry of what you want to draw, and then when you tell OpenGL to draw it, it actually takes, you end up with all your points going through these matrix transformations. And the thing is, like, you end up with one matrix. That's the really best part about it, is like you start out with, a plain old matrix where if you drew your stuff, it would come out in, some flat kind of empty, undefined, unmodified plane, and you wouldn't have a view pointing at it necessarily. You'd have some default or whatever. And maybe you could figure out a way to draw those points in your space, in your window or whatever. But what you typically do is you'll have a camera instead, and that has some certain things, like it'll have how much focal width there is and the focal length and how far away things are culled and things like that. And then so you start out with that, and then then basically that's just a matrix, a 3x3 matrix of numbers. That's magic numbers that determine, when you run your geometry through them, where they'll be on the screen. That's pretty cool. And so if you want to do a rotation of your entire view, all you do is stick a matrix, take another matrix that you've rotated or whatever, and you multiply it, and then you still end up with one matrix. You've taken your rotation and you multiply it with this one matrix, and that one matrix that's going to get applied to everything. It takes care of the rotation, the scaling, and the translation all at once. It's pretty cool. So you're combining the three. So that's the idea. Is with GL you typically have a single matrix, and it represents all three: rotation, translation, and scaling. And yeah, you just basically multiply them together. And multiplication in this case is probably it's changed the multiply operator so that it actually means, cross product or something along those lines. So it does the right matrix math to get you it combined the matrices together. So, you basically take certain elements and add them and multiply them, and you get the result back, and it's exactly what you want. And essentially, if you know your trigonometry, it's just sine, cosine values stuck in certain spots, and then your scaling values, and it's all normalized, and other things happen. There's all this kind of magic that occurs later on, but it's pretty cool. So all I really need to do here is add another matrix in between the camera projection and what's called here you can see here, it's the model matrix. And you can see the model matrix itself goes through some stuff, which is pretty cool, but it's all basic stuff. You start with your translation and scale transform, and you create it. So here's your translate, here's your scale, and basically you end up with a final matrix, and that's your model matrix, which combines the two. And so it could go and just these don't have to be intermediate numbers, they could just be stuck in here if you wanted. But so I would add something called basically a rotate and maybe a translator scale. Probably not I don't know, if I was going to do one scale, it would be on the model. But I think what I would want to do is have a encompassing matrix, and that would get applied to every object in the scene, not just in the same way the camera. It'll be basically added on as part of the camera, so to speak. Although actually it's not, as I think about it. You use it to modify the model matrix, and you multiply those together, and then you take that result, and then that goes and gets multiplied to the camera matrix, because the order matters. So it's not always like these do not always translate. Like if I switch these around, they're not necessarily going to commute exactly the right way. Commutative, it's non-commutative, I think is the way you put it. So yeah, it's like the kind of thing is like if you rotate something before you scale it or translate it, it's going to translate in the direction you rotated instead of maybe the direction you intended. So yeah, funky stuff like that is going to happen. So yeah, this is fascinating stuff. But this is the kind of thing that I love about Marlin is as a project. Not only do I get to get down with some real motion code and like actual physical machinery and dealing with the challenges of getting something to happen in real time and smoothly and all that. I mean, there's some amazing challenges. You also get to play with UI, which is like harkens back to my design and web days. And of course, as I'm working on auto build, that's built out of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript basically. And so all that comes into play. And old work that I have pertaining to what I'm working on as far as config stuff can start to come into play there. And I know it's been years that I've been saying it's going to get in there, but you know, it all comes down to figuring out techniques. And I'm basically come to the conclusion I just need to brute force it at this point. Because getting things done is often better than trying to find the most elegant solution. I mean, obviously, I've wasted an awful lot of time, years, just trying to get elegant solutions in my brain, but haven't been able to get them. So, yeah. So this is, you know, and this is a chance to go back to my roots in sort of some early game design stuff and play with OpenGL again, which I should say isn't like early. I was playing with this stuff in like 2003, 2004, around there. That's when I started playing with OpenGL, and I never did any stuff with shaders or, and I didn't get too much into various types of things. Like in this case, you've got triangles being drawn in 3D space, and of course, I was just doing, you know, rectangles, which is two triangles, you know, in 2D space, and I was having a real fun time with it though. Once I get my I'm trying to recompile my old game that I was working on in OpenGL with the latest Xcode. So it won't take much. I'm actually upgrading the code from SDL1 to SDL2, but I can get a recent build of SDL1 and get out the one of my Intel Macs and do a build on that, and it should all work just great. And then there may even be some ARM64 builds of SDL1 at this point. But yeah, so once I get that working, I'll show you, because it's pretty neat. I was just trying to do things like, okay, well, if I make this scene, it's just outer space. Of course, that's the most free space you can have. Implement, you know, acceleration, gravity, and all that kind of thing. And I came up with a pretty good algorithm for doing gravity that works out pretty well. I mean, it's not gravitating 100% of the time, but it does it, like, you know, periodically. So, you know, and so you get some impulses in the direction of gravity, but it's like hardly noticeable. So it works out. It's like, you know, 10 times a second instead of whatever, 60 or 1,000 times a second or whatever it would have been. But yeah, so I got all that kind of stuff working. But the really cool part was going back and taking the game and being like, okay, well, I've got this space scene, I've got things sort of scattered around, I've got them, you know, clippings where you can't see them, they don't draw. But then I was like, well, if I zoom back, I mean, how far can I zoom back in my world that I've created and have it still perform at full speed? And so I started zooming and zooming back, and I was like, oh my God, it's working. It's actually working. I couldn't believe it. Like, I zoom back and like you can see everything, and it's like full scale and everything. Of course, at a certain point, things are so small that the detail is lost, and so what you have to do is replace them with icons, views, or whatever. And so yeah, I went to the I then started working on like drawing filled shapes. That was the next thing. So I started out with just rectangles with textures, and then I started adding like filled shapes as a thing, so I could have like, you know, sort of these vectors that you could scale at any scale, and no matter what size they were, they would look nice. And you could just change the line thickness if you needed them to like scale up or whatever. And so that was what I added, and then I made a view where like, okay, past a certain zoom, it'll just replace everything, the normal texture graphics with these like line graphics, and then keep them at the same scale so that they don't, you know, and you've seen it before in like games like Homeworld 2, for example. You go to the map view, and it's like, it's an abstracted version of the scene, and then you zoom up again, and it's like, but it does it all really fast, like zoom, zoom, you know, like, and I added that. And I have a sun in the middle, and that would drag you in, and you could, you know, get killed. So you could orbit around the sun, and then you could go get close to planets, and you could orbit those. And so I had all this stuff working. It was great. But of course, after all that work, you know, like, I got to a point, and I was like, okay, now to do collisions, and that was where I got really stuck. Was trying to come up with the right way to do collisions, and I started, you know, you break things up into like where they are in space, and like, you know, these things can't collide, so don't even bother trying. And so I would split them up into these linked lists where things that are near each other would be in one linked list, and things that weren't would be in another one. And so I had it arranged in such a way that, you know, only things that could collide would check. And it was sort of coming up, getting really fast. But then, you know, you start to get into more of it and the physics, and as you get deeper into the problems, it's like, got harder. But you know, that's the thing is you make a game and it's like the view that you see graphically is sort of an abstract version of the, or I should say, it's like the visual version of what you see of your game, which is really just a pile of data. And so as long as you're able to use your pile of data to say, these things are colliding, you don't need to bother necessarily with the exact pixel positions of things. But just for the heck of it, of course I did. I was like, well, I've got a mask anyway, and I've got graphics which are bitmapped, and so I just use the mask. Like if things are really overlapping, you know, and it's like, that's when I would check the masks against each other. I would just do like an and of the two masks and then see if there were anything that anded together, and then if there were, you collided. Of course, yeah, no, the really hard part was the part where it's like if you're coming together and you're going really fast, like what if you just miss? You look like you're going to hit each other, but because you're jumping this far every frame, you jump right past each other. So I had to come up with that, continuous method. You use a line or something like that to measure the collision, and then you have to use like how much, t minus, you're t plus 1, but actually you collided at t plus 0.02 in time. Like 1 second, instead of 1 second later, you noticed it would have happened at 1/5 of a second, and so you kind of have to backtrack and say, well, in that case, you can't be here, you were back here. And so it gets a little tricky at that point. And it's like, that was where I really started to get stuck. And then, I changed jobs and moved on and never quite finished that, and didn't have the funding anyway, and had to go on and try other things. But as these things happen, but it still exists, and I feel like it would be fun to play with. But these days, if I was going to do something, I would just open up Unity 3D instead, and I have. I've written some things in Unity. So with this, I'm like, maybe there's some way that I could have like a Unity thing that would simply get messages from this simulator and it would send them on to Unity, my little Unity thing, and then that would do the visualization of the printer. So that's a possibility, because it'd be so much easier than trying to deal with OpenGL. And then, there was talk about, well, if you add an importer for STLs or whatever, then that's going to bloat it. And I was like, well, come on, we're running it on a desktop, and look how big is the simulator anyway? How bloated are we talking piece of code in 2022? And I'm like, I don't think we have to worry about bloat. It is 5.4 megabytes in size. I mean, come on. You could make that 100 times larger and it would still be reasonable size these days. It doesn't need to run on a board. It just it needs to run on a Pi 400 or something like that, at the most, at the least. So yeah, I'm not worried about that. That is not, to me, that's not an argument that bloat is a problem, and that's why we shouldn't compile an STL importer into this thing. But if I was going to do STL import, I would probably bring it into Blender and just export triangles, instead. Just export the matrix of triangles, and then as C++ code, and then have that in a big array. So it's already pre-converted, and then you don't have to have the importer at all. But if you did have the importer, I mean, you'd have the files, there, and you could import the files, and so, you'd have the STLs. It would be kind of cool. You could be like, well, I don't like the way that the visualizer draws the effector. I'm going to make my own effector and throw that in there instead. So it seems to me that, that would be cool to have the ability to just put whatever you want in here. Also, I wanted to show a full scale, the whole cube area that the head can move inside of. I'd also like to have it show like, lines in the X, Y, and Z where it is, so you can see, it's in the X plane, it's right here, in the Y plane, it's right here. Kind of like you would do in a, I don't know, any old space simulation where you have like the 3D map, from any sci-fi movie. That's kind of what I'd like to see. Here you are, you spin it, and you can see that there's the printer. And yeah, I mean, obviously, the simulator is really meant to be for debugging things and figuring out issues with logic and stuff more than anything. So, it's more of an indulgence to get fancy with it. But I feel like we get more people interested in the simulator and using it. for testing and stuff. We could start to deploy it as a testing system for people, and give it a nice look. I think it'd be pretty awesome to give it that extra nice look. So I'm going to keep playing with it. Here you also have your pins, which is great. You can watch those. You can see the heater pins going up and down. If you go to let's slow it down to 1/10 the speed. So you can see how the heaters are responding to the PID loop. Well, I'm running at about 1/50th the speed right now. Guess I can go a little faster. A little faster, 1/40th speed. It'd be kind of cool if it showed that here. 1/40th, 0.02 equals 0.025. How do you figure out the largest ratio for a given decimal number? You just do a multiply until you have no more decimal, nothing to the right of the decimal, and then keep reducing by prime numbers until you get all the prime factors, and then apply them to the numerator and denominator. I think that's what you do. Something like that. You don't need too many prime factors either. And you just get the closest one you can. Lowest common denominator, right? And then back to real time. Yeah, so you can watch these. What else is in here? Of course, you can see the end stop states. So if you say, G1 X10, it should turn off the X end stop state. And as you can see, it's no longer triggered. It is enabled. So, if you didn't enable, I don't know exactly why it's enabled per se. It should only be enabled during homing. So if I disable it and I say G28X, is it going to just do something weird? Apparently it's always, yeah, see it goes off the end. Okay, weird, but true. And now you'll see it's gone. So where's it going? Ah! Let's bring it back. I think it just stayed off. It just stayed off the end. That's funny. So yeah, there's some things I would definitely tweak here, just to polish it. I think it just definitely needs some polish. But the thing is, it can run 100 times the speed, so I'm not too worried about the fact that the screen might not be super responsive. I'm sure we can fix this too and make it better. I think what it's doing is probably just drawing one pixel at a time through a kind of loop kind of thing. Pixel, pixel, pixel is what color is this pixel, send this pixel. I feel, maybe. Or maybe it's doing an SPI type simulation. I don't know exactly. But that's the cool thing, is because we have, the way that this works is, we can send the graphics to it and then we can draw them. So it's pretty neat. So what else we have? SPI flash, I guess that's not there. Bed heater, hot end heater. Here's the print bed. Bed level. So that's some interesting stuff. I'm not sure what that's about. And then our end stops. So yeah, there's a bit of data there, and the pin list. So yeah, this will continue to get expanded. There's also a little signal analyzer for pin logging. You can see, here's a little visualizer right here. So you can pick a pin. So let's select a pin. Let's use, of course, we want to use heater 1 or something, or heater 0. Go over heater 0, and you can see it's just doing that. Pulse, 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 giving a little heat until the temperature goes up. Now, I don't know how well simulated this is, but you see if we go back down to 160, it'll stay low. And if we go to max, and then real time, eventually it'll get down there. Yeah, I think it's, the cooling is a little too slow on it, if you ask me. Realistically, it should be cooling at a faster rate. We'll have to define that. But yeah, there's a certain number, and we could probably model it in terms of watts. I'm not sure how that works when you have something that's a black body and it's got radiation, it's got heat in it, and it's giving off that heat. There's probably some formula for how much it'll give off in the presence of air. But you see there's like occasionally it looks like it's either pulsing or not. I'm not entirely sure. That might just be that that's a 0 mark or something. But yeah, I don't like that that the temperature keeps dropping so slowly. And I'm not entirely sure what that pulse is right there. If that's something that actually happens in Marlin, that would be really weird. Like it just gives off a pulse, like when it's off, which would be strange. Like what if we just set this to 0? Like you can't even set it to 0. I can't set it to 0 because it won't go there. The lowest click is 1. Oh. Okay. So now, will there be any pulses? I don't know if that's a pulse or a second. I guess it's probably, yeah, it's like each time that this ends, there's another one, so it looks to me like it's just a regular thing. Those are not real pulses. Also the thing is like, why is it showing an offset and there's no scale? Like it won't do this. Like you want to be able to expand it. Even on your typical cheap oscilloscope, you can do that. So, but yeah, that's pretty cool. And so pick a pin, any pin, you know, you can watch it go on and off. I don't know what it does with analog pins. Like if we were to look at one of the temperature pins, like I want to say temp 0. Oh, there's a CS pin. Of course, that's chip select, which implies there's a SPI going on there. Oh, there it is, temp 0 pin. Okay, so what are we reading on temp 0 pin? It's not clear. Oh, this is it, the window. Oh, okay, there it is. That's the scale. Okay, I got it. Sorry. The word window is just not typically used that way, I guess. In my typical idiom. It's not the word I was looking for. Okay, so temperature, nozzle, weird. What's going on here? Why does it do that? Why? Probably something to do with this. No, it's not that. Not sure what's going on with that. Help. Come on. Darn it. So yeah, you can change things by tapping on them. So yeah, that's interesting. I would say the one thing I would change on this is just make it more obvious that these are buttons. Just because, I mean, you don't expect that. Behavior has to be a little more obvious. The one thing I've noticed too is like with a lot of these touch screens, I have to use my little wand. Oh, it's the simulation speed. Okay, that makes sense. It's going back to this main screen because it's timing out. So if I do this, it's like no timeout. But if I wait, so what I should do when I'm in simulation mode is definitely set that timeout to be a lot longer, for sure. Yeah, so everything's figurable in Marlin. That's what I like. I've been, you know, people are constantly complaining about it. Yeah. I got something on Facebook today. It was like, as I was going through approving comments and new members, I had someone who was like, wanted to say, this is why you should get Clipper. Somebody was asking, hey, can I if I want to probe more points on the bed, can I do that? And someone was like, nope, that's not available. You have to recompile. And someone else was like, yeah, if you got Clipper, you wouldn't have to do that. You could just run. You could just, that's why it's so much better. And I was like, it's just no one submitted that yet. If someone wants that really a lot, and just stop, waiting for someone else to do it. Do it. Go ahead and put it in. I know it's not simple, it's not easy, but it's doable. I just haven't gotten around to it. It hasn't been a big thing on my agenda to make it so you can change the number of points that you probe. But I could see why you'd want to, obviously, and I just need to make it so that it does so. It's just tricky to do that because it's it's do I want to do it then with UBL and ABL and MBL? I have to do them all. And then I have to make sure, okay, well, I'm going to be using this extra spot of RAM, and the thing is you have to set aside as much RAM as you're going to use for the maximum numbers. So that means if you're going to make it adjustable up to 16 by 16 or something like that, that means I have to set aside 256 floats. That's 2K, right? Now it's 1K, it's a whole K, which isn't a lot. 1K is nothing in the world of modern computers, but when you're talking about putting it on an AVR board, it's like, okay, well, now I clearly have to make this so that it's optional. You can't always be able to do that, because if it was always possible, then that would mean you couldn't build it for small AVR boards. You'd be 1K short of space. So it's you can't just do anything all the time. It's got to be, with Marlin, we have to approach it with consideration for all the platforms that we support, including modest, not so powerful platforms. And so someone coming along and being like, this is why Clipper is so much better, is so ridiculous, because it really wouldn't take someone that long who knows how to code more than much of an afternoon to get it in there, honestly. It's just a matter of, coming up with it, having a good standard for it. I have it in there right now where you can probe a smaller area of the bed with auto bed leveling, if you want to. So, that's one potential slight thing, but I don't feel like that's a thing that was majorly going to get used. The main reason that exists actually was so that for something like a big SCARA, which I was working on at the time, you could use one small section of your table as the print bed area, and you could say, well, I just want to probe this one small area, instead of probing the entire, we're talking a meter across for this particular printer that I was building, and a big circular area, and it's yeah, if I probed all of that around it, you'd need that 16 by 16 points, and and you wouldn't always want that. It takes a long time, and you don't always need it, because you're going to be if you're just going to print a benchy, you just probe this one small spot of your table. And so that was the idea, was to get it set up so that you could have, probe that. But no one ever requested you must, can I have it so you can change the number of points? But obviously that's one of the things you want to change most often. It's just you haven't gotten around to it. Been too busy with other things. So is it a question of, oh, it's just a shortcoming of Marlin? No, it's not. It's just the fact that it isn't in there right now, today. But you, as a person who wants it in Marlin, could grab Marlin, stick it in there, and make it so it's configurable at runtime for yourself. And then if it works well, you can submit it to us, and then everybody gets it, right? In the same way that anything that you submit to Clipper, whatever, they're going to get it. Clipper went ahead and did a lot of stuff in advance. They made their firmware featureful, and they thought ahead, because we're going to be working in this particular situation and this kind of setup, we want our firmware to be able to do this and that, and also we can be guaranteed we have lots of RAM, lots of speed. We don't have to run an AVR board. All these things are handled in Clipper, and naturally, and Clipper can also be implement on the board side just the ability to do a single probe and return a point. And that's all they need. And then Clipper on the other side can handle all the movement, can handle all the logic and decide, how many points it wants to store and all that. And of course, it's using malloc and new and delete and all the things that, modern C++ has. Whereas in Marlin, we tend to have to avoid that. We have a very small area of memory, and any kind of fragmentation that we cause very quickly piles up on a machine that only has a couple of megs of RAM at the most, and 512K or even less in often very little RAM. You're talking down to like, I think the least amount of RAM is like 8K or something on some boards. It's ridiculously little. And so like Marlin was built to take that into account for the small boards. And so yeah, like when I get that kind of complaint or like short-sighted thing, I'm always like, you wouldn't be saying that if you had skills. You would simply implement it. The fact that you're like, yeah, Clipper is great is kind of admitting you just don't have skills, man. Like, and is it such a big deal to have skills? No, it just takes a little time, a little dedication, a little, moxie, and you can build skills. They're not magic. It's just a matter of putting in the time. And I understand like everyone is like crazy lazy these days, and that they're like, math is hard, I could never do the things you do. And it's like, yes, you could. You just practice, just put in the time. It's all it takes. It's like, and I understand there's a lot of things that I realize they're going to take a lot of time, and so I don't do them. And there's a lot of stuff that I realize that I have to put in the time right now because it's important, like it's vital to my job. For example, just as a minor example, right now I'm reading all this, where is it? Study, did I put it in here? Oh man, I'm really mad about this, but there it is, study. So I'm studying calculus because I never got around to it. And I'm studying S-curve motion profiles, and I'm studying input shaping, and I'm learning about derivatives, and I re-signed on to Khan Academy so I can learn about, the fundamentals of calculus to begin with. And I've got this OpenStax that Roxy 3D sent me that I'm really liking. It's really cool. You can sign on to this and like fill out your own study guide and stuff. I'm gonna just read it, try and get it in my head and understand it. But I think I'm on the right track. I began to understand what derivatives were the other day, and why the first order derivative of a, say a simple formula, x equals y, is like the slope of that formula. So 1, I guess, would be your derivative of something as simple as that. But yeah, there's really like just in how these work. But then I learned that there's tables that you have to use. I'm like, oh yeah. I like what you're saying there. Evil Gremlin mentions here's Evil Gremlin. He says, yeah, one guy did it fashionably, not sharing secret sauce. Pushed links in GPL before last French storm. He made everything runtime variables. Yeah, I mean, I've got this notion of making all the pins into runtime variables too. But I just have to come up with a good structure and method to do it, and then alternative fast I/O so that it can be as fast as possible, so that we have all the ports and port bits right there and we don't have to call digital write. Although most platforms on the 32-bit side just call digital write as their fast I/O, which may be lazy, or it might just be that that's fine. I mean, it doesn't seem to matter much. You just and maybe in some cases it actually, in the case of a constant, digital write should end up compiling down to something that's very like a fast I/O. And if it isn't, then that can be fixed. That can be adjusted in the headers. So the way I'm thinking of approaching it is kind of like a template approach, but there's times when templates are great and there's times when templates aren't so great. For one thing, every time when you make a template, what you're saying is, I'm making a template class, I should say, a class template. When you make a class template, you're sort of setting up a promise that for every different thing that I want to make with this, it's going to be a whole new class, which could mean that you end up with copies of the same function over and over again with just a slight difference in that function. Like instead of saying if x is less than 5, it'll say if x is less than 3. But if it's compiled in place um, as part of, some little like helper class, kind of like I have a string helper class I'm working on, it's compiled in place, then all that stuff can go away. It'll see the logic is invariant. It'll say, oh, that's always less than 3. This is a constant string, therefore I don't have to worry about that logic. Throw it out. Next part, it's going to, put this string into a buffer. Oh, it's going to do what's the string length at this time, and I need to get that before I put this byte in. But if it knows that, then it could do some stuff being like, oh, well, I know where to put that byte, so I don't even have to do the string length part, so I can skip all that. So, like invariant logic is great because it can squish down your code to nothing. So with the idea of having pins that are variable, we're kind of stuck with you end up with something like a digital write having to be done, but maybe not. If you did it a certain way, like all the pins are already pre-set up so that when you read and write them, you have a fast write routine there. And then you just say, well, when you switch this pin to that pin, you just get a different digital write. And so it's now this digital write instead of that digital write. And so instead of swapping the pin numbers around inside of some structure, you just simply, say, for this pin number, you're doing this operation, and for that pin number, you're doing this operation. So I don't know, there's some different ways I could approach it, but yeah, like everything could be variable, like in Marlin, and that's really just, again, it's a question of if someone's sitting down and going through the process and one thing at a time. I mean, the thing is, we can't make everything variable because, again, we don't have the RAM to spare always, but we can slowly move in that direction. You could have something that is just a flag, which is like, yeah, make everything variable. And we turn all our, and we take all of our defaults or whatever, all our config options, we stick them into a big structure where, for example, you just say, I mean, it's kind of ugly, but you could say anything that's in here in this structure gets indexed by the name of the thing with this thing appended on it. And then you create this index table that's exhaustive of all these things. But I don't know how to look it up. I'm not sure. I think one way to do it would be kind of cool. Would be just create like kind of a hash of the names and use a hash table to look them up. That could work pretty well. And that way you can associate the option name with the thing, but the hash table will be nice and compact because it'll just be like a 32-bit number. Or, depending on the hash, it could even be as cheap as a 16-bit number, since we have, it's just a matter of making them unique in some way. And the thing is, it has to be based kind of in the symbol. And then you have to look at what the symbol contains. So like each type of option actually has a different structure associated with it. So yeah, you can see that it's if you started up front making a system by which you have all the options are pre-named as variables, and that's your beginning point, then you can kind of take that further. And so you can see the first step in making all variable Marlin would be to take the stuff that is currently fixed in the configs and go through all those thousands of lines and take each and every option and then get it into a structure. One way to approach that would be, and again, I'm already working on this kind of thing, is to go through the data and encapsulate it in a structure that knows what type of data each item has, whether it's a switch, whether it's got, this set of options are possible for it. And all that stuff is defined and documented in the configs themselves. And so I've been meaning to, use that code that I built for the configurator to also be able to rip out this data and then reuse it in different ways. For example, just stick it into an SQL database, make it queryable, put it into a couple, stick it in a spreadsheet that I can generate, and so you can play with it in CSV form for whatever reason, or generate reports out in CSV form, for example. And just generally speaking, figure out ways to rearrange it. And then and there's very clever things you can do with SQL, of course. Like you can query things and then, group them and do all kinds of stuff. Of course, the first initial step is getting that parser done, getting all the stuff parsed out of the configs and into a structure, which would be a JSON structure, and work with it in JavaScript, which is where I'm working on within the configurator and auto build Marlin. And from that, we'll get a really cool set of variable structures that we can actually modify in real time. And then kind of one of the cool things that would come out of that are my cores pegging? What's going on there? One cool thing that would come out of that would be that all the configs would then be in a new structure, and you could use that as the beginning point, and then all the things that are currently saying like, oh well, this config option goes into planner.h, and this config option goes into this other one. They'd all be in one spot, and then each thing like planner.h would then have to refer to the big config structure over there. But then you could take and make little subsections inside of each of them. Like you could say, well, I'm going to take this structure, I'm going to say, well, this section is for the planner, and it has its own little structure, substructure in the main structure. And so at least you end up building one large structure. That's the question though, is do you really want to build one large structure? And you're talking about things like, anything that would be configurable from the configuration. And those things continue to expand, because someone could be like, well, I would really like it if the planner always multiplied this feed rate by 2 for some reason for my cool system that I have. And so, they want to add that, and so that becomes part of planner, it becomes part of the structure, it becomes a thing that they set, and then it becomes a question of like, how does that extend as you go into extending things? I don't know. There's a lot to it, but I'm trying to think of if there's a way that you could also build it and so that it decomposes back to the old kind of like, it still produces the same code if that's what you want. Like things will be constant, and they won't be changeable. You could set a flag for that, and you could get, without changing the structure and stuff, you could still get that out. One way to do that would be just, marking things as const_expr, where you can, and things like that. There's also this concept right now where we have like, when you build defaults, you have the default defaults that you need to be able to reset to, and then you have a copy of them that is the current values. And so everything is, potentially duplicated twice, because you want to be able to go reset to the factory, and so you need to know what those defaults are, and then you need to be able to say, okay, and one of my current values, load and save to EEPROM and all that. So all of these things kind of all come together into one giant problem, or I should say, not so much problem, but challenge, one big puzzle to solve. And I think we can get it solved. It's just a matter of putting in the time. I mean, I have many good pictures in my mind of all the things that would be doable. It's just a matter of sitting down and devoting the time. And the trouble for me is just any one thing that I think, oh, this is going to take me a week of sitting down and really focusing on it and nothing else. I get a little put off by that because I have so much going on, and it's just like any one thing is tricky. And so it's just my scattered brain these days, and maybe the lack of sleep, who knows. It's not helping. What other things did I promise to talk about? Oh, the 2.1.1 is coming up. So I want to give a little shout out to some of the things that are coming in version 2.11. So right now, bug fix 2.1, which is sort of where we're at right now. I'll zoom this up a bit. How big can I make it? Okay, so let's go back to where we were at 2.1. So right around 2.1, here's 2.1. 2.1, good release, but there were some bugs in there. There was an SD bug caused by me, ultimately. The buck stops here. I take full responsibility. But we can also blame Big Tree Tech. They submitted some code for the STM32H7 processor for the SDIO, and it ended up not being compatible with the STM32F1 and the STM32F4. And stupid me didn't think about that, didn't consider, like, well, I should probably preserve the old code and at the same time allow the new code in for this new processor. I just figured, Big Tree Tech, they know what they're doing, they're pros. But everything has to be checked. I mean, we're all I think a lot of these companies are just outsourcing anyway, and we're all hacks. We don't know what we're doing. So, and we're all figuring it out as we go along. So there was a problem with that, and I just didn't do enough testing of my own and didn't catch it in time. So for a good month and a half now, we've had that in there with certain printers bailing. When you put in the SD card, they'll just reboot. So I seriously apologize for that. That is now fixed, and I'm going to be throwing that patch in onto the main branches as a patch real soon, and then that's of course also going to be in 2.1.1, which I may tag as soon as tomorrow. There's some other cool stuff coming, but check it out. Let's just go through the changes that have happened since 2.1. I'll tell you a little about each one. And you see that reload? We're going to see that occasionally because right now I haven't updated this with a new copy of Marlin, but it still thinks the default branch is bug fix 2.0, but the default branch is 2.1. And for some reason, when that disparity exists in GitHub Desktop, it just continuously reloads the screen every so often, which is really annoying. So we're going to see that every so often. I apologize. But let's start where we are. So we got a ESP32 I2S expander, a little extra good stuff for that. So if you're using that, you will have some better performance. Even it'll work when it didn't before. So that's kind of cool. I don't exactly know what it's used for. Stepper stream? Okay. Yeah, I've never used this expander, but it's great that it exists. So if you're into that, great. Then we've got a ProUI G-code preview. So ProUI has been getting some really great updates. So like I said, Miguel is, he is contributing. Unlike Pistophe didn't bother to contribute much. He was just like mad. So he spent all his time being mad and coding in anger and not sending us anything. So I guess congratulations again, Pistophe. You're doing a great job for yourself. Meanwhile, we have, I don't know. I just don't understand that kind of like short-sighted, selfish, like, sacre bleu. See, reload. The only way to fix that would be for me to re-import, and then what I do is I point to everything at old, and I'm not even sure if it'll work if I do that. But yeah, I see I have this, I have a couple, I already have an old remote pointing at my previous copy, and I would have to do it again. So yeah, basically I'd have an old one and I have an old two in here. So what I typically do is I'm going to slowly delete all these olds until they're all gone, and then I can delete my old repo. I don't have to worry about origin, but yeah, that's all local. So I already tried to fix it, and damn, it didn't work. But it took okay on the laptop, so I don't know. Maybe I just didn't. Maybe I'm kidding myself. I didn't do it on here. Next, we got so use example configs is a nice little helper script. Did some fix-ups of that. Delta sensorless probing was having a compile issue, so that's patched up. Let's see what else we got. There was a mesh leveling debug compile error. Sorry. I mean, a lot of these are already in the head of 2.1 and 2.0. So if you've downloaded those recently, you've already got some of this stuff. So yeah, there were things that just didn't, I was late in getting into the release. Things that I have a checklist, but it keeps getting longer because there's scripts and stuff that refer to 2.0, and it's like the upgrade, switching over from a 2.0 branch to a 2.1 branch was not fun. Anyway, yeah, so there was media change follow-up, and this was an issue where we're trying to figure out how to properly deal with media that's really slow to boot up and get detected. And there's even like an asynchronous kind of thing that happens with flash drives and with SDIO in general. So it's like, yeah, see, look at this reload crap. Man, it's really pissing me off. So that will, yeah. Where was I? Yes, so we're trying to deal with how to deal with that, and I tried some patches, and they're like, but it's a very touchy area of the code, and also it's like when you insert an SD card, should it try to resume the print job that it finds that was not finished on that card, even though it may be days later? It's like, I don't think so, but I figured it should only do that when it's in that boot time. So this sort of tweaks I'm trying to make. So that's one of the things. So we tried to make some of those tweaks and then had to revert some of those tweaks. So, but some of them stayed. So it'll be a question of just continuing to refine that and get it to work properly. But if you do have a flash drive and you're having issues with it, come on in, talk about it. Go to GitHub and there's some issues already posted about it. Just add your comments and your experience and what you see. And then, also we're going to do, hopefully I'm going to make it easier to be able to do git bisect. And that's a procedure where you find a version of Marlin where it works. Say 3 months ago it worked, and you're like, this version's perfect, but somewhere along the way it broke. And then you have some version where you know it's broken. And so you start with those 2 points in time, and I want to make an interface in auto build where it'll like save your config and remember all your options, and then you can go to some version in between, and it'll go to the middle basically. It'll say, okay, try this, and it'll reapply your config options for you, and then do the build, and then you go, okay, does it work? And you could test it, and then you say, oh, it didn't work, yes or no, and you could actually go into the interface, and it would say, okay, then I'm going to go to this point in time, or this point in time, and try this one. And it'll say, try that one. And eventually, if you had 256 changes between here and here, you would only have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe as few as 2 or 3, but as many as 8 checks before you find the exact problem. But it would only take that many. It would never take 9. So you're guaranteed to find it within only at most 8 checks. And so that's a really good procedure, and I just want to make it easier to do that because nobody knows how to do it. Understandably, I didn't even know how to do it until I read up on it recently. And I was like, oh, git bisect, I get it. I thought it was going to be like a one-time git bisect, and then I didn't know what that was, and I found out, oh, it's a guided procedure. It actually asks you, and I'm like, of course it asks you. Why wouldn't it? So yeah, you go through this procedure. The only trouble is like they expect you to have something you can just build and it goes, but we have a system where, well, you need your config, and the configs change. So we want to make sure that, and that's part of the problem too, is like if you went back to some point in time where the configs were way different from yours, it might not work. But as long as the points in time are close. But that's the thing, is if I have a good interface, then people will use it quicker. It'll happen, much sooner after some issue appears, and then we can catch it. So I want to make that happen. But in the meantime, I kind of I'll do a video where I show how to do it, how to do a git bisect. I'm not going to do it now because I haven't practiced, so I want to make sure I can do it quickly, and I may edit that down and make it easier to watch, because that's the kind of thing that people are going to want to be able to do as helpers, testers, developers, or just folks who are complaining that we're not Clipper and want to make it more like Clipper. We can help make that happen, but the more changes we make, the more bugs are going to appear, and the more bugs that appear, the more we're going to need to debug, and so let's get that happening. So look at that reload again. So annoying. Okay, so we removed some servo macros, which was just basically, they were kind of hiding some of the behaviors, and so I wanted to put them back and make sure that things were cool with servos. So that's nothing. And then there's some cleanup of servo code. And in general, servos should be working better. There was some kind of issue with servos, like the timer would stay on, and then there would be an extra pulse and stuff. So that's been patched up as well. So servos should be working better with this upcoming version. In fact, I would say 2.11. Assuming we get once we get the other SD stuff sorted out, this is going to be one of the most stable and improved versions. There's so many good things coming up in this version. And I think part of that is just the enthusiasm of a new major or minor version number. Went from 2.0 to 2.1, and that's pretty cool. So much sunlight coming in now. It's going to get ridiculous in a minute, so I'm going to put up the barrier. Hold on. Barrier time. don't know why I have these on. I'm not even monitoring. I just like to wear them just in case. Okay, yeah, reload for me, why don't you? Yeah, I don't know what that is. GitHub, if you could figure this one out. GitHub Desktop does this strange reload if you change your default branch remotely and then you don't, for some reason, there's no way to update it in GitHub Desktop. I even went into the preference files doing string searches and I couldn't find it. So, and I went into my my .git folder and I looked around in there and I couldn't find it. I don't know where you're getting this information from, that the default branch is 2.0. How is that stored? Where is it stored? Like, look, check repository settings, right? Nothing, right? Nothing. Use my local git config, global, local. I don't know if that matters. We'll try local. I prefer GitHub at Thinkyhead. And then, you know, or maybe I don't. Maybe I like my anonymous email address better. I've noticed that I have like since I've been using two different addresses, like I show up twice in the, like if you do like one of those animated Gorse animations of the Git history, I show up twice. I'm like, now before I do one of those, I'm gonna change all my email addresses to match so that it looks better. Because I hate seeing myself here and here. I'm like, that's not two of me. There's only one of me. And then for my own purposes, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if changing any of these matters. Like, nope, it still says 2.0, right? There's just no way to change it. I don't know where you change it. I could change it here. I could say, okay, let's try this. What if I do that? Does that make any difference? Nope, still says default branch. What if I do a refetch on stuff? Does that, oh, now it remembers. Now it knows my default is 2.1. Hey, there you go. I didn't know something worked. Now what happens if I change my settings again? Back to me. That was a cool trick. It got it to do something. I didn't try that before. Ooh, now it knows it still says, okay, well, I mean, what if I do this though? I did a second ago. Ooh, okay. All right, I found a trick. Hey, GitHub, guess what? I found a trick. Be sure to let everyone know that trick exists. Okay, good. Hopefully now it won't do that reload thing, but if it does, then we'll know it wasn't that, I guess. Okay, so we have, so yeah, use example configs is a nice little script. If you haven't explored the scripts that come with Marlin, you really should. There's some really helpful ones in there for developers and just for tooling around. But you do have to have a working shell environment, a bash preferably, and certain versions of sed might not do what we want because it's one of those weird things where they have create a file and add this extension thing, but it doesn't always do what you add. It works differently depending on the version, whether it's GNU sed versus regular sed, gsed rather. So yeah, anyway, other things, we fixed some G33's delta sensorless probing. So there's some compile things that are better. FMKK, media change, we got servo macros, we got, let's see what else. Pro UI, again, has been updated in some various ways. We've got a little slightly tweaks to the bug report. Template for y'all. We have GG Aurora A5S. I mean, all these little fixes are just like typo patches, so many typo patches, just because we're always rushing. A little too much rushing, I must admit. All right, now we have apply F to some strings. So yeah, here I'm just optimizing strings and making them a little neater. One of the things about, if you've worked with Arduino, it has this concept of, for the AVR boards, progmem, which is memory that is at a different address space than regular RAM. So when you want to access progmem, you actually have to go through these functions that read progmem, and the addresses have to be modified to read the progmem. So, uh, is that a mite? Is that a tiny mite walking on my nose? Um, so anyway, um, so you have to do progmem stuff, and this progmem stuff is cool. But the thing is that a string in progmem is just a character pointer to some const, and a string in non-progmem in regular RAM is a character pointer to something that is modifiable in RAM. And so you have this one slight difference, which is it could be a const char pointer, or it could be a regular char pointer, but you can't really distinguish those in function calls in C++. It's just not a reliable way to make polymorphic functions. Const is always up in the air, so to speak. So like simply identifying something as a const wasn't enough, and I made a type called pgm_p, which I was like, and I'll just have it be this, and when you name it, but the thing is, if you have a type def that's not like a structure or something like that, and you just make it equal to some primitive type, then it looks like a primitive type. It's not much different from using a macro, and I might have even used a macro. So anyway, the long and short is that the functions can't be distinguished, and so you have to make a function that has _P on the end for progmem functions and that take progmem strings versus non-ones. But the Arduino way to handle it was to make something called a flash string helper, which you just wrap things in F parentheses, and then it makes it into a flash string helper structure, and then that's easily distinguished by function calls, and so you can have nice polymorphic functions with the same names that will tell if you're passing it a C string or a string that's in progmem. And so the thing was, it wasn't applied religiously throughout Marlin, and F was in fact avoided because it was considered that there might be overhead to it. And then I went looking into it, and it turned out, yeah, there's no overhead. There's no overhead to them at all. It's just, you just have to do, they just cast in and out of, progmems of character pointers, basically const char pointers. So I started going and converting all the strings in Marlin to F as wherever I could, just so that they would be easier to distinguish for function calls. So that was a big old project, and that's part of what happened here with the LCD and TFT strings was just things getting effed. So that's a long story, but if you're programming Arduino, it's one of the things you should know about is just use F, and then, if you're building a complex application, give it the ability to take both progmem strings. In this case, I made a type called fstrp_p or something to kind of give it that parity with pgmp. So we still have pgmp floating around in the code base, and I'm trying to get rid of it because it doesn't really mean anything. But it's always on something that has if it's on a function that doesn't have a p in its name in the end, _p, then I'd just be like, okay, this needs to add a p, so that it's very clear that we mean prog string. And then and in general, all the F string things are doing is just saying, call the p version and cast it to a p string. So that's what's happening. It's a prog that's being cast and then calling the other thing. So we still keep them around just in case someone wanted to directly call it. So yeah, it's a bit of a hassle, but it basically means that anything that takes a string as its primary kind of input, you just have to make 3 versions of it. Yeah, one that takes a C string, one that takes a progmem string, and one that takes an F string. And that's just life in, the land of C++. One way to deal with it would be for us to have some kind of template situation where everything's templated, and then it just deals with it in terms of having some intermediary. But yeah, I didn't want to do that, and I hadn't really considered it, to be honest. So yeah, and I don't think it would necessarily be prettier. Templates tend to mess things up even more. Not mess things up, but to just do make things more obscure and more obfuscated sometimes. But I really love them for some things. When I get to the string class that I'm adding, which I haven't added yet, but when you see that, when that comes in, you'll see that it does simplify things in a lot of ways. But I also notice it is making the code a little bigger in some spots. So I want to continue to explore where it's good to use that and where it would be better to kind of use older methods. But I really wanted to have the ability to say, give me a string and have it contain all these things concatenated together, and not have to do line after line of oh, take the stringlen and then get that and then append based on the stringlen, and or there's a lot of messy string stuff, and it's like I looked at the I also looked at the W string class, or I guess it's W string, which is called string in Arduino, and it does most of what mine does. But I think that mine is better anyway because it creates a fixed size buffer and sets it and does it on the stack, and then when you compile it down, it should end up being pretty. Everything should compile right in place because it's like, it's meant to create a temporary string. But I also used it for the status message, and then in that case, it's kind of useful because, there's a lot of stuff that we do with status message that is made simpler just by saying, oh, I can just say equals this string, or I can say, append this to it, or I can say, anything I want with it. It's great. So I don't know. When you see it, maybe you'll like it better. I don't know. As a coder, I like it better just because it's going to give me the semantics and stuff to be able to do it. But on the other hand, if it does make the code really larger and significantly larger, or even slower, I don't think that's going to be a problem. But I'll be a little annoyed. I really wanted to both make it smaller and faster and simpler, but you never know. So some other things, again, LCD typos. M919 is getting an update for the extra 3 axes. So if you were using a 9-axis system and were not getting M919 the way you want, that's updated now. Fixed up some macros, redocumented a couple. Really basic stuff here, just some comments formatting. Let's see what else we got. For developers, I fixed up the static item n macro for making string substituted menu items with indexes in them. That's another thing, is they're going to reduce the number of strings, because one of the things that will help is perhaps be able to take a lot of these strings and just use %s in them, and that'll be good because then, see, printf really does save space. Like you end up with one, instead of concatenating this string with this and then adding a space and then this other thing, you just have one little formatter string, and then you run it through the formatter function. The thing is, if we can get rid of the formatter function completely, then we don't have to worry. But actually, we do need the formatter, and I'm still using the formatter stuff. So since it's going to be retained, we might as well, look at making more of our strings based on simple, printf style formatters. So if I can do that, that'll be great. Some other stuff for developers. This main axis map home item thing replaces all these lines. And down here, this one thing replaces all these lines. So, the repeat macro has become and the map macros have become really, really good for reducing the code, and also allowing us to continue to expand if we need to the number of axes in Marlin. Right now it's 9 and it's fixed, and the reason for that is, again, comes down to we would have to do so much with RAM if we wanted to have an unlimited number of axes. We'd have to have this kind of structural system of numerical structures and indices and stuff, and right now there's so much of what constitutes an axis is scattered around in different places in Marlin. And so what comes down to there is some data-loving, organizational guru should come along and help us to take these things and structure them. Part of the trouble is that it doesn't necessarily save space or memory or make the thing faster or any of that stuff by putting things into structures. It may, but it's a question of, how does that work? And also, you have things like the cache of the processor comes into play. It was thought for a long time that in C, and it may still be the case, with C++, if you have a bunch of structured data, you should always have, that pertains to a thing, you should always put it in structures, and then you just make a list of those structures. And then when you want to go to the next thing, you just jump to the size of this, you add the size of the structure to get to the next thing. But you can see, for some cases, say you have an array and you want it to be really optimal, if you take all that array and then you take, well, this is, there's one element per axis in this array, so we should take it and make it a field in the structure of the axis. Well, now your nice optimized array that your processor used to be able to cache all inside the local cache inside the processor can't cache your whole array anymore. So when you go to iterate through your array to do stuff, you're iterating through structures and you're jumping, you know, the size of the structure in memory for each element in the array, and it becomes non-optimal. So it's like sometimes it's a good idea to put things in structures and get that nice structural ability, but you may lose performance. You may lose the advantages that the whole point of like object-oriented programming is supposed to make things better, but it doesn't necessarily. You don't necessarily get that. One way to deal with it would be to have like sometimes you can try this. It's I think it's called interleaving, and basically it takes every element in your structure and makes it the same size, or it takes in such a way that you can have like everything becomes an array. So you then have an array of each element is like for each axis you get zoop, and then the next item in the array is turned in the structure becomes an array, and the next item in the structure becomes an array, and so on. And so you only have to go the size of the array item to get to the next thing, and then it'll set it up in such a way that it still adds up to the size of the structure. If you want to go to the next thing, you just have to add the size of the largest field. But obviously that wastes space, and even though it might optimize some operations, it won't optimize them all. And in general, it's just a mess for the compiler to try to sort out. You wouldn't necessarily want to do it that way. So again, you can't get the compiler to necessarily help you with these things. And and if it becomes the case that, well, I want to have the structure and I want to have the field in the structure, but I still want it to be optimized, maybe you'll have to copy that field into the array every time it's modified so that you have the array on hand ready to go for those optimal operations. But it comes down to like a question of how optimal does it really need to be. I mean, there are times when I think, gosh, a Lua interpreter inside of Marlin would be just the thing. But if you put a Lua interpreter into Marlin, that means big old RAM buffers, a whole bunch of code to support the Lua language, the whole interpreter, which takes time to run your lines of code and figure out what they're supposed to do. Then you have all the text of your Lua, which I guess you can pre-compile into bytecode, but it still is bytecode. And bytecode can be small and compact. In fact, bytecode can be faster than assembly code, just because assembly code is like, especially on a 64-bit processor, is like fat. Each instruction is fat. But in a bytecode language, you could have 7 instructions or 8 or more, all loaded in that one 64-bit structure, and so you can get a lot more meaning out of a bytecode style language than you can get out of assembly, pure machine code even sometimes. And that's kind of what a lot of these browser engines count on. Like I remember hearing about what was it, SpiderMonkey? It was the Firefox version of the JavaScript engine, and they took advantage of this bytecode. The fact about memory access takes time, it's expensive, and so bytecode is cheap in a lot of ways, and so they just kind of like optimized it for that. And then a lot of it comes down to restructuring things in terms of what's called reverse Polish notation, RPN. And that's instead of saying I want to push this number on the stack and then I want to add 5, instead of saying x like with an equation like x equals s plus 5, some statement like that, you could, instead of saying typically what you'll read it that way. Oh, x is getting 5 added to it. Okay, and as a abstract reader of code, you know what that means, and you move on. But for a compiler, there's lots of ways to think about it, and so typically a reverse Polish notation will do something like, okay, we want to add 5 and x and then put it in x. So what I'll do is I'll push 5 on the stack, and I'll push x on the stack, and then I'll call the adder function, and then I'll take the result that the adder function gives me and I'll put it back in x. So there's this kind of like thing where it has to do it does it reverse. Instead of saying x is x plus 5, it's saying 5 and x are plussed and then into the x they go. So it's considered reversed, But yeah, I've played with compilers even back to the days of Atari 400. I used a B key compiler to turn my BASIC into a more optimized P code that the P code runner would then run. And so it turned all my variables into integers and would, instead of floats, which was what they are, inside of Atari Basic, everything is like a 10-bit or something, a 10-byte floating number, and it would turn it into a nice optimized 4-byte like integer number, maybe even 2-byte, I forget. But yeah. So anyway, and when I went to read the code it was generating, I could see, oh, it's turning it into this kind of like push do thing. Then it would push, and when it came to like parentheses, if you change where the parentheses are, it changes the order of operations. And so what a reverse Polish notation thing will do is go to like the deepest nesting and find that and do it first. So to like push that, and then, but it's like any parser. If you've played with like Haskell style parsers or whatever, and gotten into that stuff at all, and there's a computer file video on it, parsing with Haskell. I don't think it's called that, but really cool. And you get to see how, it goes through and interprets and turns something into a tree structure. And a tree structure is basically that idea. You go to the ends of the tree and you say, okay, here's two things, and they're being linked to this one other thing. So you'll see you'll have a 5 and an X, and you'll have a plus, and they're linked to that plus. And so the plus is the operator, and the two things that are linked off it are the things that are getting operated on. And if you had a multiply, that would be somewhere down the chain before that plus. And so it figures out where things go in terms of a tree, and then that tree becomes interpretable. And then the question is, like some of those things can be interpreted and then can be finalized right then and there. But then there'll be other things which are like, say, control structures and stuff, and those become something that'll be interpreted later, or may have to be compiled down to some other form that is then executed in a real-time situation. And so, yeah, you learn that parsers are really neat, because you can have parsers that parse the language and then actually interpret and run it right then and there. But then you have parsers that their whole point is really just to turn your big blob of text into something that is a tree. And then that tree is the intermediate part, and then that tree can actually be digested by something which doesn't have to deal with all your ugly text and all your ugly comments and all that other stuff that your code was doing. It just deals with the nice structured thing, and then it can figure out ways to optimize that by looking for patterns that it knows. And yeah, so if you look at any kind of compiler, there's always that kind of like intermediate level. And there's actually in C++, I think it's more than 2 passes. It's at least a 3-pass compiler, because the first one, it has to do, actually running your macros and figuring out how those work. And those macros can be recursive and do all kinds of funky things. And the whole macro thing preprocessor in C++ is a zoo of, symbols that have to be sort of eventually replaced by the final thing that it can figure out goes there. And at each point, it does this painting things red, painting things blue, so-called, to figure out, this is the final substitution. Oh, this one is, not getting substituted here, but later it will get substituted. And you have to be kind of careful with macros, because like anything that you name as a macro, if it shows up in your code, will get substituted. And yeah, so you have to be like very careful, and you never know what headers might define. And so you have to watch out for collisions that show up in headers. And you have to watch out if you define a macro to, like, say, hide some type and then do an include of a header. We actually had an instance of that in Marlin, where it was like trying to replace wchar_t, which is a 2-byte Unicode character, with a 4-byte Unicode character by just using a define. And it was like defining it before a system header include. And then so the system header gets included, it sees that it's 4 bytes, and then it goes to the CPP file, and the CPP file never sees your substitution, because libraries don't include your headers, they only include their own headers. So it's looking at its header, it's saying, oh, my header says it's 2 bytes, but you in your code told it was 4, and so it sees 2 different signatures, and so the compiler gets very confused. Well, it's not confused, it knows exactly where you screwed up, and it tells you so. So yeah, that was in there, and so I replaced that with a type def, and I give it a new name, because that's the way it should have been done. because we want in Marlin to use, we'll have our own type. And in some cases, yeah, it'll be the same because it doesn't matter. Like I think it only matters if you're using a language that has more than 2 bytes in it. So there's some 3-byte languages, there's some 4-byte languages. I don't think we use more than that. I think we support up to, in some of our code, we support up to like 6 bytes Unicode, which is crazy. But yeah, you only need a couple bytes, right? So yeah, stupid stuff like that. We're constantly, we're a little bit fighting ourselves because like there's some old, that basically came out of like, I wouldn't say super old code, but it was old enough that I hadn't quite started to pick up on these things. Like I always, these are things that I kept relearning. Like, oh yeah, of course you can't just do that. And the whole reason I found it was because I started the string stuff. I was like, oh, I want to be able to include the this string stuff from the LCD that pertains to Unicode and dealing with the Unicode stuff. And so I went to include it, and that was when it was like, that was when a system header ended up being in there. And it was like, oh, you've redefined WCHAR, that's not good. Next, what else did we do? Nothing too much. I simplified some move menus by using the substitution strings, and guess what? That didn't entirely work, and it's still broken in some places, apparently. I'm told. I have to look into that. But hey, I've got an emulator, a simulator, so I can figure it out. Then we had the SD mount bug, and I think this is a question of, I think I just reverted it. Some stuff the other day. This is in the last couple of weeks, basically. So now there's a new thing called foam cutter. This is new, but basically it's taking advantage of the extra axes. So now you can actually make a foam cutter with Marlin, and it's all supported out of the box. So if you've been doing that already by using someone else's custom fork or something, or a different like some Gerbil that's been hacked, now you can do it with Marlin and get all the UI and stuff that we have. So that's pretty cool. I like that. And there's also there's a new heater thing that we had in there, so I think that might come in handy to play with those. We had Jason came in, God bless him, and has been helping with some things because he was busy for a while, and I gotta say I was floundering without him around, because there's so much stuff involving timers and STM32 that I do not know or understand yet, and there's so many different processors. But yeah, so like look at this stuff. I mean, these funky names and things, I don't know these. I wouldn't know where to find them. So yeah, we had to start popping around, looking around for things. But and also it's educational. I mean, I learned so much when I see the fixes that people are applying. And then I add little comments to remind myself, oh, this is what this means. But yeah, so there was a problem with the servo pulse, as I mentioned earlier, and that's been patched up. Thank you, Jason. And also David Menzel has been helping. Menzel has been helping. And I know too many people with similar names. Let's see. And then there's M423 was screwed up. Whoops. So yeah, it wasn't getting called. If you were using your x-axis twist compensation, I don't know how long this has been, but yeah, sorry about that. I'm gonna try, I may have to backport this to like way earlier if it's missing, but yeah, M423, I'll come back to that. But yeah, that was just a stupid thing that we missed. As we do, because yeah, again, this is one of those things, we have all these checklists, and it's like you have to make sure if you add a new feature and it's got a new G code, you have to put the code here and there and over here, over here, over here. So it'd be nice if we had them all in one place as a kind of like, you could have like a module and it would all be pluggable as like a single API. But again, when you do that, you're talking about, generalization, and generalization almost always leads to bloat. Not always, but it can lead to bloat. So it's like if we can find static ways of doing that, that'd be great. So apparently the BQBX touch had the wrong GT911 so-called slave address. So oops, that was fixed. I don't know how that came into play. But occasionally, the thing is BTT, Big Tree Tech, God bless them, they are helping a lot, but they almost always get it wrong the first couple times, and they have to keep sending more patches. So it's fine. I can't fault them when I do the same damn thing half the time myself. But I'm really trying. I'm trying to do better. But yeah, it's the problem is I just trust them so much. I'm like, I trust you guys. I know you're doing it right. And but they do bring such good stuff. Um, and they continue to like innovate and of course they're also sending hardware for us to test, which is great. And PandaPie. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have not gotten as much sleep as I thought. But PandaPie has also been helping out lately, and which is remarkable because like Marlin at this time, like we do have a Linux build, but it's not quite, Raspberry Pi build material at this time. And part of that is I don't think we can get exactly the real-time performance, but I'm told we can. Like there is with the Step Daemon, which is you have one board running Marlin that's handling the Step Daemon stuff, and it's a G6, and it's very much like Clipper, and I highly recommend checking it out if you haven't yet, because you have a UI. You can have your UI on your Raspberry Pi, and basically all Marlin is doing on your regular board, your printer board, is just obeying the movement commands, and the Raspberry Pi is taking care of all of it, which means it can do more calculation, it can do more adjustment of the motions and get better motion. I haven't looked at the Step Daemon lately, but I assume that it's continuing to get improvements in that regard and doing some things that basically you can get higher step rates and things like that as well, because again, the Marlin doesn't have to do any of that calculation. It just gets the values, and so you should theoretically get much higher step rates, and really much higher. I mean double. So we can see about that, but even so, right now Marlin is really already doing very well in that regard, and a Step Daemon alone is like not by itself enough. But I think one of the good things about the Step Daemon is that like the input shaping stuff that's in Clipper could probably get ported over into the Step Daemon more easily, because you're on a Raspberry Pi, so you have you got your Python stack, you've got all that, and so there's a lot more you can do there. So I don't know if anyone's exploring that, but that would be great. And the stuff I want to do for input shaping for Marlin is like, well, I don't know. I went over it. I think in my last stream I might have gone over it, but I deleted my last stream because the audio was crap, or so I thought. I don't know. It might have been my volume was just low, but it wasn't the greatest stream. I was not in the best of moods that day either, but overall, yeah, we could get some really interesting things that way. So I hope we'll explore that more. Then there was also a submission of an encrypt for MKS. Some of that was screwed up. The Lurge build encrypt was screwed up, so that's now working. We got rid of some strings that were cluttering things up. Max 7219. If you've been using the Max 7219 displays, the little 8x8 LEDs or any of those, there's been some updates to show the system load. Actually, it shows the amount of system load, so that's pretty cool. K8800, if you've been using that, the contrast is fixed up. Some language updates. We got the Artillery Ruby mentioned here. That's not a big deal. I just mentioned to them that's not meant to be an exhaustive list. So many boards now, we just can't list them all on our page that says here's what we support. I have a page for that though, where I filled in the rest of the boards that we have, but I haven't filled in all of the rest of the information. If you are a contributor to Marlin, there actually is a spreadsheet here, a Google Sheet, and I'll give you permission to edit it if you want to help out. And you can see it's got all the boards on it. The core, the microcontroller are mentioned, then the motherboard name, and then a little bit of some nice readable text for it. And these are the ones I've been adding, so the names aren't all filled in yet. But we've got 337 listings here. That's And you know, some of these are duplicates because like we've got ramps with 3 different or 4 different layouts or something. So a few of them are duplicates, but I mean, fair to say we've got close to 300 boards that we're supporting in Marlin right now. Unlike Clipper. So yeah, those of you who are saying Clipper is so much better, like you should switch because Marlin can't do that. I mean, okay, you know, switch to Clipper. I don't, you know, it's no skin off our nose. And it's funny to me when people come and they're like, you know, you guys have, this has been sitting here for a year and fixed, I'm switching to Clipper. Like, okay, you know, go switch to Clipper, fine. You know, that's your prerogative. It's going to be, you know, it's a whole different experience. It's fine. Switch to Clipper. You know, I think the only thing that bugs me about it is that people are trying to bug me about it. It's like, all right, you know, great. Like if you think that's supposed to bother me, I guess. Hey, why won't this work? Is my simulator running too quick? Oh, it's the white space thing. I noticed this too is another bug in GitHub Desktop. If it's showing whites, if you have the thing where it's like got the hide white space and you go like this to do the thing, there's a pop-up that's supposed to come up and it'll stay as long as I hold the button down. But as soon as you release the button, it goes away. So it's like I can't actually, come on. So you have to go to this. And then it works. But yeah, that's funny. Sorry, I'm going to talk about all the GitHub desktop bugs, but the point being that there are always bugs in software. Even GitHub causes bugs in software. Hopefully, the bugs we create won't burn down your house. I'm trying real hard to make sure that the bugs don't burn down your house. I found one recently which was interesting, and I don't know if it's a bug. I'm going to go back to it, but I had a potentiometer hooked up and I was using it as a substitute for a thermistor. So I was doing some testing on this board and I turned it up to, like, I think it was set to, the temperature was set to something like 205. And I was like, I'll turn it up to 220. And so I turned it up to like 220. And so the temperature was sitting there like registering 220 and nothing happened. Like there was no thermal runaway complaint or anything. It was just like, okay, I accept that this is the temperature. Even though you're set to 200 and you're 15 degrees above, that seems fine to me. I was like, that's gotta be, I know I have a countdown timer. As soon as you go outside the hysteresis, for the temperature, it's supposed to start a countdown. And if you don't go back into the hysteresis range by a certain time, it's supposed to throw an error. So I don't know if I had that turned off in my build, or I might have, but yeah, so I have to go back and check that. But if you do a test, you know, please do that. I know if you pull the thermistor out, you know, it's going to read room temperature, and that should throw an alarm. People still do that test, and I'm pretty sure the last time people have done it, it was still working. So, yeah, if something like that comes up, I'm like, you know, I should get on that right away. One of my things is I've been prioritizing pull requests. Like every day I go and, oh, I really need to deal with pull requests because chances are, you know, it's going to be fixing an obvious bug. There'll be 1 or 2 of those. And then there's going to be stuff I need to fix up, and you know, I should probably get them up to date, the ones that are sitting and waiting, and yeah, just so that they'll be easier to patch up next time. And so pull requests have been my main focus, and I'm like, you know, I've been starting to get the clue that maybe I should really focus on bug reports as a high priority, and certainly the serious bug reports, because when I go to follow up on bugs, like, if no one else has followed up on a bug for like months or whatever, or someone has been, you know, commenting on this bug report, send us more info. Where's your configs? You know, hey, try this. Do a bisect. Like very often, I'll just be like, well, I'll just investigate it. I'll go look at the code and see if they're right. And most of the time, I can fix it up within an hour. Just, oh, okay, yeah, they're right. There's the thing. There's the bug. You know, if I'd spent all my time sitting there demanding more answers from them and waiting around for them to send configs, I wouldn't have fixed it. So the first thing to do is, you know, and I recommend this to every contributor, is try to fix it. Go right away, you know, with or without the configs. Just see if you can find it and fix it. Because it may be something very obvious. And if it is obvious, we should fix it right away. And if it isn't obvious, then, at that point, okay, let's start really digging. But, so often we can just fix them and then that issue is closed, gone, done, not sitting there cluttering up our feed for months on end. We don't have to watch the person suffer as they get that notice that says, hey, nothing's happened for 60 days. Do you want to close this? Or it's going to be closed automatically if you don't answer. Like over and over again, like we could just fix it and it would be done. Like I just feel like, so I know when I go in and really attend to things, they do get fixed more quickly. So that's just something that needs to be done. And then that's one of the things is like, it could be the simplest, most innocuous bug, but someone gets bothered by it, the screen goes blank or whatever because of this typo, and they've had luck with Marlin every day, but then they suddenly update and it doesn't work. They're like, you know what? I'm switching to Clipper. God damn it! Like, and all it was some stupid typo. I feel terrible that we've gone and alienated them that way just because we didn't attend to some typo. So other tweaks, let's see, planner flags have been fixed up. A little modification, I want to call this refresh acceleration rates so that it didn't give the impression that acceleration rates were being set back to some default, which is not what it does. I had to rename it. So it's meant to update the acceleration rates based on new settings elsewhere. So like if you set X, it'll go and calculate the X squared for you and all this other stuff. And so it's doing a little pre-calculation. That's basically all that's doing. And I wanted to make it clearer for the developers. Here I've added a couple header comments, and this is someone fixed up the max 31865 normalization. So they put in some extra stuff. And then I went and looked at the code that they were using as their reference, and I figured, screw it, let's put in all the approximations that are available for this, and so you can get a better and better approximation of your max 31865 temperature just by increasing this number or decreasing it. So we have it at the maximum approximation right now. So yeah, you're getting the best results right now. But you can see it's doing this thing where it's like, I'll zoom this up a little bit or move it. Let's see, move it over where you can see it. There you go. There it is. So yeah, we're doing a full approximation. But yeah, if you needed to save cycles for some reason, yeah, you could go backwards, like kind of like the Newton square root, inverse square root approximation thing. You can do it really, you can get a really detailed approximation or you can get a cheap one. And so yeah, so we have cheaper ones, and these are all the ones that are documented. And these are linear approximation. These are approximations by linear regression, I guess, essentially. So yeah, it's one of the tricks I would learn more about if once I get my calculus under my belt. So that'll be interesting. As I learn calculus, I might share some of that because, to me, I just find all this shit fascinating. That's kind of my whole bent in life is like, I left home and I wanted experience, and I didn't know what that meant. I just knew I needed to get out in the world, and whatever happened, happened. And so, I was a fool and an idiot in every way, and I learned a lot as a result of being a fool and an idiot in every way, as you do. But I haven't dropped that, man. I just, here I am in this sort of somewhat semi-stable environment here. And yet I'm like, I want to take my laptop and travel some more and get out and go to Belize or whatever and just, experience some different things and different cultures and continue that. And the same goes in this whole world of code and stuff. Like when I come to something like calculus, I'm not content to okay, learn the tricks and then apply the tricks and then not necessarily understand them. Like I want to know deeply. Like I don't understand where it's coming from. Why do we have to rely on these stupid table lookups for doing derivations and stuff what's the point? Why is that why can't we come up with some generalized rule for that? And I know that it probably does come from generalization and stuff, and each one is it's matched up, but it's like there's got to be some formulaic rule. But it's kind of like trying to figure out the Collatz conjecture. It's like you approach and it looks so simple. You're like, obviously someone's just overlooking something. There's got to be a way to figure this Collatz conjecture thing out. It means something. There has to be a proof that it will always run into a power of 2. You know, like how can you avoid powers of 2? What would be special about powers of 2 and this formula that it would somehow skirt them? Like I think you would have to prove that the formula skirts powers of 2, like, you know, is able to skirt powers of 2 starting from some number. But the thing is, to me, it's like, isn't the Collatz conjecture basically, it's a proportion, right? No matter where you start, it's proportionally going to generate essentially the same pattern, proportionally. Maybe or maybe not. Okay, so like you could take the set of all numbers in the Collatz conjecture and then you could map them to some other set. And so using set theory, I imagine you could probably come up with, am I trying to solve the Collatz conjecture? I'm sorry. This is what happens like every time. But yeah, that's the thing, is I want to understand things deeply, you know, and so it's like I look at something like the Collatz conjecture, I look at something like calculus with its sort of unresolved table lookup crap, and I'm like, there's got to be a generalization somewhere for this, you know, there's got to be some way. And the same goes for this, like I came into this like Marlin thing basically just coming from I want to do creative coding, man. I want to do something different from desktop web, flat, square rectangles full of pixels. I want to move robots. I want to see dynamic systems. I want to get expanded, you know. I needed to expand. Web development is great. It's fun. You can, I mean, there really is a whole universe there, of course. But, you know, it doesn't fight back in quite the way that physical systems do. You know, there's certain challenges that physical systems present. And I was like, robotics, and you know, having cameras and that look at the world and then you interpret it and respond. I wanted that kind of like autonomous experience. So like all of this stuff fascinates me. You know, it's like, that's where I'm at. Like, I don't have time to start cults. Going back to that. So no matter what Pistophe says, I'm still doing what I can do within, you know, I'm just doing what I can do every day, you know, like I'm not trying to run some fucking scam on people. And I think that, you know, the thing is, like, this is one of the things I heard at some point in my life, is that people who are really suspicious of other people probably are kind of sketchy themselves. And that's why they're suspicious of other people's, because their own motives are like suspect. They expect other people's motives to be suspect. If they're running scams and just trying to get away with things all day, then they're going to expect that other people around them are running scams and trying to get away with things all day. Because obviously that's the way people operate, right? You know, everybody's just, you know, everyone has a selfish motive. I've heard that recently too. Well, you know, I'd like to trust this thing and that thing or this media outlet, but everyone's got an agenda. And I'm like, you know, some people's agenda is just like to convince other people to be nice. You know, and if that's the agenda, like, are you going to resent that? Are you actually resentful of the agenda to try to convince you to be to not be an asshole? Like, yeah, I think a lot of people are. They're like, you know, they'd be like, I'm an adult. I don't need to be told. I'm going to be an asshole if I want to be because I'm grown up, goddammit. And, you know, that's where that, and like, you know, I feel like a lot of folks are on that wavelength. Like, that's their idea of adulthood, is that they don't have to answer to anyone. They don't have to go to school no more. You know, they got shit figured out. And like, you know, I'm like, goddamn, man, that is an empty way to live, man. You gotta continue to explore and learn and find things out. I mean, that's how you stay young, man. I'm 55 now, and I'm not ready to be 55. You know, I remember I was 5 years old, okay? And I was sitting in my house, and I was trying to imagine what I would be like at 50. And I kind of pictured, of all things, like I pretty much had that portrait of Freud, you know, with his beard, smoking a pipe, you know. I was like, at 50, I'm going to have a gray beard and be a distinguished fellow with a pipe, you know. And that was going to be me at 50, because I thought 50 was like way out there, you know. And here I am 5 years past it, and I feel like I am still as clueless as I was at like 28, 29, like just starting. And a part of that may be that I've just been wandering aimlessly all these years, kind of like, and I've really just not been, I didn't try to settle down. I mean, at one point, I guess I did. I got married and I tried to settle down, but I felt I didn't have, yeah, the moment you stop learning is the moment you start dying. Exactly. Like, and like I could have thrived in that life if I had been ready and wanted it. But it's like I got to this place, I'm like, okay, here's me, my wife in this little apartment, and I'm kind of like struggling. I'm working at this web job, and they're offering dividends. Of course, the big dividends go to the salespeople. The coders, they get this kind of like piddling, token dividend. And I was like, we make this possible. Like, how can you be, but the thing is, that's the salespeople. I would see them come in with their fancy watches and their jewelry and their pretty haircuts and their nice veneers. And I'd be like, okay, salespeople apparently are, they need a certain lifestyle. They're in sales because they want to be like Deepak Chopra. They want to have the gold rim glasses um, and live in a nice place with a swimming pool and all this other crap. And I'm like, and they feel entitled to that, and that's, and they're in a certain bracket because that's what they do. And if you're a coder, at least at that time, we were lackeys, and it wasn't, and we had no leverage of any kind. You could just be replaced, we didn't have those kinds of deals or whatever. We hadn't made those deals. We didn't even been approached to make those kinds of deals. So, anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, marriage, life, getting, settling down. Yeah, so I don't know. I wasn't ready for that. So clearly, not being ready, not feeling ready, not feeling that that where I was stable or and it was going to be enough to provide. I don't know. I just didn't feel right and ready. And also, as a little, and maybe part of that was feeling a little disillusioned about the world around me. Just the overpopulation and the things I was learning, about just human suffering and global warming. And, you get a little distressed about those things. And you're like, okay, I could have one kid, but, two or more is going to start to cause, you want to kind of bring the population, I feel that the population needs to come down. So, and it probably, and in general it does when places get stabilized and economically stable and women get jobs and things start to work out, for people and there's liberal economic policies going on, then birth rates start to drop and people start to, population starts to stabilize, and where people are really poor, they need to have lots of babies to support them in their old age and, a lot of them may die and so you want to make sure that you have enough to kind of like provide, and it's just kind of, there isn't much else to do also, and women are kind of somewhat enslaved to birth to become birth machines. And so, liberal economic policies lead to greater freedoms for women and greater, prosperity for everybody overall. So I was kind of going through these kinds of phases and I just didn't feel ready. At the same time, I was like, also wanted to retain my, helpful nature to my friends. And so I would allow friends to come over and stay when they were in difficult times. And I didn't always give my wife the best notice of these things. So yeah, I wasn't a great hubby material at the time. And so I hoped that I would sort of grow into it and work and get there. But, time's a wasting when you're in your mid-20s and, I understand that, the clock is ticking for women. And so, yeah, things changed, moved on. But it was all right, it was hard at first, but, you adjust. And so, yeah, I moved on. Went to Portland and I decided to moved on, got another web job at a bigger company, and that worked out pretty well. It was my first kind of like grown-up position. I kind of liked it. Main problem with marriage is social pressure and forced expectations. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I would say in a way like if you're not going to share if not ready, if you haven't agreed on a shared mission, you want to build a legacy or something with your wife, your husband, your partner, then, what are you there for? I feel like you got to have some common goal. So, and a common understanding. And I feel like, initially I felt I had kind of built up a common understanding, and I guess I just kind of didn't. Later on, I couldn't really hold to it. I couldn't hold to that ideal that I had. I was like, I knew that I could do a better job of parenting than my parents had done or something, and as we all have that kind of feeling. And I was kind of at that point where I was like ready to take that leap. But then I got, then you get there and it's like, I don't feel like my bungee cord is tied off quite enough. I don't know if I'm ready to make this leap. So, yes, the expectations were there, but I feel like, I mean, I hadn't exactly gone out of my way to say, no, I have a different idea, I have a different vision, maybe I'd like to wait. I was kind of like set it up that way. And I feel like part of that was, you know, marrying is a challenge, It's like, I want to get this person to marry me, and you're trying to do all this you can to like romantically convince them you're going to be a good partner. And you convince yourself and you get yourself in that place and you're like, okay, I won. I won my partner, but then it's like, maybe some of that was disingenuous in the end. You realize, gosh, maybe I wasn't there. Maybe a lot of that was just me trying to sell myself, and I didn't realize who I really was. So, to be honest, I don't know that I'm ever going to be that kind of material. Of course, at 55, it's like you're at kind of the end of the range where you want to start parenting. By the time I'd have an 18-year-old or 19, 20-year-old kid, I'm going to be in my 70s. That's ridiculous. A lot of us don't even expect to make it there. And by the time you're in your 50s, of course, your expectation of sudden death goes up and up. So going vegan was an important part of trying to mitigate that, but it's all a matter of preparation. So anyway, go far afield in this stuff. What was I talking about? There's another subject under all that, but yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is that in terms of everything in my life, it's all about exploration and learning and continuing and moving and being flexible and stuff. And yet, this stable environment I've had to explore has been good in the sense that it's now given me a chance to re-enter that frontier of code exploration and technical exploration. And I can still go out and explore the world and have conversations with people from all over and stuff, but now it's kind of in relation to the work that I'm doing a lot of the times. But we get there and then we can talk politics, life, what it's like to have a 6-week vacation as an expectation, things like that Americans will never quite get. Crazy stuff like that. So we turned off a stack protector. I guess there was an issue with that with our simulator. So yeah, simulator's working. That's one of the good things that's coming up. In Marlin 2.1, we tweaked the ADC reference voltage for Tiny B a little bit. Let's see, that's Keith Bennett. He's there. He's super dependable, there every day, all day, every day. Wonderful. He gets some help from Big Tree Tech as well. It's good, really good go-between for some of that stuff. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to get them to give us perfect code every time. But that's all right. We're able to work with what they've got, and we can continue to tweak it. And he actually did a lot of awesome improvements to what they had given us, and yesterday gave me some help in getting the stuff back in shape and unbroken. Let's see, what else did I do? I renamed Thermal Manager Manage Heater to Task because it's doing a lot of stuff now, and we just call anything that gets called periodically Task now because it's Task. It'll end up being something like a better name for the RTOS stuff if we ever get deeper into RTOS. With this one, temperature, we tweaked MPC temp. Again, Keith, so on top of things, man. It's great. Someone called Evil Gremlin. I'm not sure who that is. But they, some mystery bloke. But yeah, pretty decent stuff occasionally. And very regular. I just did this fundraising page. I finally made a sponsor page for Marlin itself, and the major contributors are all popping up to the top, and you might see some of these names on that list. Hey Discordians, what's up? So yeah, there's some really cool stuff coming in. Yeah, bump to version. We're always bumping to version, keeping that date bumped. So let's see, inline laser power. This is a really cool thing that's been worked on and has been hanging around for a while. And I did merge it, and then I had to go back. They were like, "It's ready to merge it, man. Hurry up! Come on, it's been tested. It's good. It's been sitting there for weeks. Hurry up, merge it, merge it." So I went and merged it, and I was like, "Damn it, typos!" So I had to go back and fix the typos. But overall, yeah, it seems to be in good shape. So please let me know if, and definitely sit by your laser, hold, by the power switch, um, and let me know how that laser inline stuff is working. But the general idea is that it makes sure that the power stays nicely synchronized with the speed, and so you'll get better results, I think, overall. Got a bug report coming in about, cool, just getting a little feedback. Oh, okay, so someone was having a little issue with G30, and I asked them to try the debugging, and apparently it wasn't so bad. So, okay, we're in good shape. Yay. Good to know, yeah, because I looked at the code and I couldn't see what it was, so it looked okay to me. But yeah, this also pertains to the spindle, so you may find similar things, but again, I don't know how much spindly stuff people are doing with Marlin. So if you're using laser and spindle, come on to Discord, and I'd love to hear what your experiences are. I mean, we're not exactly at the point of making a giant CNC build of Marlin. There's a lot of stuff. Canned cycles is one of the things that's sitting around waiting to be put in. There's, of course, feed rate modes, motion modes. There's a couple of different things that we need to get in there, like inverse time feed rate. I did implement that at one point for MakerArm, and so what I did wasn't exactly proprietary. And I think I'm about 3 years out now, so I should be able to bring that in to Marlin without any disputes. And there's nothing too complicated about it. Inverse time is just looking at how long the move is, and then how much time you want it to go in, and then figuring out the feed rate from that. And the cool thing about that is that if you're using, it doesn't matter whether you're using a linear feed rate or a angular feed rate, because the same numbers will apply. And that'll help a lot, because like typically if you're doing any kind of motion that involves something that's got rotation, you're probably going to want to use inverse time anyway. And then that's great, because we can take that inverse time feed rate, and then you don't have to be passing some separate feed rate for rotation. And right now there's a submission in to pass feed rate for your rotational feed rate through as like an adjunct to your linear feed rate, and I'm not sure I like it. So we're gonna have to look at how that works. But it's like, shouldn't there be one overarching feed? I mean, you send a move, you only send one feed rate with your move. What does the feed rate mean? You have to be able to determine what it means. And to me, it feels like you need to say in your mode that you mean degrees per second. You don't mean millimeters per second. And if you're just sending a number with F, I feel like maybe we need to use a different letter. I need to look at it. Maybe it's L. I don't know. I'm going to look at it, but I feel like we need to look at some way to deal with that. What else happened here? A little fix to the tiny bee was not compiling, so that'll be working now. Sensorless probing had an issue with compiling. I mean, so much of this is just patching little typos and stupid things. And let's see. So this was the Gyres UI updates that got disputed by the dude wanted credit on. So let's take a look and see how innovative these things are anyway. So this one has Miguel's name on it. So and then this guy named LCH77 was claiming that he had taken Miguel's work and he had adapted it to work with Gyres UI. And as far as I could tell, it looked like, I looked at Miguel's code and it was pretty much, yeah. It's like he's using this, basically Miguel's code, and then he's bringing it over. And So I got the impression that this was all from, you know, Miguel's fork, and I didn't know that, I didn't know who this person was a first-time contributor as well. And with a name like that also, LCH-77, I was kind of thinking it was probably the same person that was, it was probably Pistophe anyway, because that's the kind of names he had been using for his many GitHub accounts. So I mean, I just kind of like, you know, I'm doing my job. I'm just taking submissions, and I don't know what kind of due diligence I can do beyond like fixing up the code that looks bad, you know, and I took the guy's word for it that it was, you know, his own original adaptation of work by Miguel. And I mean, all these headers, I mean, you'd have to copy those over from Miguel's code anyway. So it was like, was he taking the Pistophe's fork and then modifying Pistophe's code to put Miguel's thing in there also? And then, you know, what was, you know, I didn't know. I had no, you know, it wasn't like you know, and it's not even my job ultimately, you know, to police every damn thing that comes in for some kind of authorship. I mean, copyright is one thing. Like, copyright extends to only to a certain extent. You have to, something has to be sufficiently original, for example. You can't just copyright anything. Like, you can't take, like, for example, Weird Al Yankovic, okay? His songs are actually, even though they're parody songs and they use the exact same melodies, rhythms, and everything, and sound almost precisely like what they come from, he actually is able to copyright them. And the reason he can copyright them is because they're sufficiently original, and they're also protected by fair use. They're a form of satire, parody, and that's completely covered. There are all kinds of things involved with copyright law, and I've been following copyright attorney stuff on Marlin, Marlin. My whole life is Marlin, and YouTube. They sometimes overlap. Yeah, I've been following this stuff on YouTube. I follow a few different lawyers because I'm interested in copyright law, and it's especially came up in relation to, you know, GPL. So I follow a few different, let's see, there's Leonard French, your favorite copyright attorney. So everyone follows Leonard French, right? So I follow Leonard, and I follow a few others. Of course, there's, I want to say, is his name Destin? Of, you know, Legal Eagle, he's great. And, you know, a few others. Anyone Destin recommends, I'll generally follow. He just had a JAG lawyer on recently, it was great. Yeah, like, I'm trying to follow this stuff and understand it, you know, so I am well aware of what constitutes or doesn't constitute copyright and what's a valid complaint. And so, again, when someone came to me and was like, I'm the author, I claim the author, and I, you know, and at the same time, like, of course, you know, not just claiming authorship, but then, and I am going to kill you, or whatever, you know, crazy response goes along with it. I was just like, okay, but why is your response immediately, you're evil, and it's a cult, and it's all a big conspiracy to make me sad face, and my tears are blinding me, and I can't code today. Thank you very much. Like as much as you know, I can sympathize. I can sympathize up to a point. Absolutely. When I get a reasonable complaint, and someone is like totally cool and reasonable and just telling me, hey, this is what happened, I will completely entertain what they say and be like, okay, I understand. You want your name? Show me the code where you did this. Show me the date on it. Here's, you know, show me your commit where you're, you know, where's your authorship title, you know, and you know, I feel like this person Pistophe has really only himself to blame because he set himself up. You know, it's that thing where you give a fool enough rope, he will just hang himself with it because he'll be like, oh, I got rope. You know, it's like you'll end up wrapped up in it. You'll come back an hour later and he'll be like, help, help, I'm wrapped up in this rope. That's the nature of a fool. And it appears that, you know, that this guy is like, I authored things. So what, is this search and replace here of dwin drawstring with dwin UI : drawstring? Is that what you consider Pistophe to be really original work that deserves an authorship title on it? Show me what, I mean, just bring it to me, man. I mean, I am completely able to. So anyway, if I'm going back to all this, it's such a drama. But I mean, as you look at this, I mean, you tell me, what here, and I will contrast it with, I will contrast it if you want with like what has been brought to me before. But on the other hand, again, this is a tiny corner of Marlin, and it's like, it's the veneer. It's just the interface. All it is like, the little pictures on the screen that you interact with. And I mean, if you're doing a really fascinating bang-up job, making a really awesome interface, I mean, why do you spend all your time instead being like caught up in like this conspiracy mindset, thinking everyone is out to get you and telling us that you're going to sick the gendarmes on us and, what is this nonsense? Like, where are you even coming from? For one thing, I know you're just full of crap and none of it is true. Like, and the other thing is that you're, like, if you had a valid complaint and you weren't just trying to create some kind of fake controversy, I mean, you would have just come to me with your valid complaint. And when I asked you, why didn't you come to me? You said, well, you blocked me here and you blocked me there and all this other stuff. And I never did. I had never blocked you anywhere, Pistophe. All I did was, I just sort of I was just ignoring you. If you on Discord, if you had been posting in the GPL topic, I was just kind of ignoring you. If you had been there, I've sort of simply been, oh, he's still complaining. Well, I've done what I can. So, and the thing was, then you posted there and I saw it. And that was the first, time you even tried to say anything was, blah, 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 think he hate, the cult, the sect, like, God damn it, man. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Like, I know that, whenever someone comes to you and is like, disagrees, I know your first instinct is to be push back. I must be right. I'm in competition. I will not back down. I must save the face. But saving face is too late to save face when you've gone and posted like in a bunch of insane nonsense. Like at that point, like you've gone too far, man. Like I don't even know where you're coming from. All I can say is that Pistophe is gone. It's just like this person is not going to be reasonable. This person is not going to be in any sense mature. And in fact, when I kicked him off and banned him from the Discord, that was my note. This person lacks maturity. They just have no maturity. They are not able to stop themselves. They're not able to take a breath, to realize the error of their ways and make a course correction. He just wants to stick to his guns. Well, you can try that. I mean, it'll work out for you just how it worked out. You got what you wanted. We get what you get. You try hard and you get what you get. And in this case, you got nothing. I mean, what were you expecting? I don't know what you were expecting, at all. I mean, so my response was finally to just say, okay, I'm deleting Gyre's UI from Marlin because, I mean, it kind of does come down to this one person. I kind of got in my head that Miguel was coming in and that it was sort of like, okay, this is one weirdo, and then this other guy is another weirdo, and maybe they're the same person. And I was kind of like, that was my attitude. I was like, this is just shenanigans around Marlin trying to sort of take it off in some direction and like whatever. And like, but everyone is, of course, I mean, you're absolutely free to make a fork of Marlin, start a Patreon, and get supporters for the awesome work that you're doing. And I have zero problem with that. I think that's great, in fact. I really think it's great that it can support that much patronage and that much economic activity. I mean, that's the whole point. Ask Stallman. The whole point of the GPL is not to make everything free and everyone a slave to work for free. It's to, it's to create the potential for new enterprises, new businesses, new, entire, countries, who knows what, to arise from openness and sharing. We'll all get wealthy by sharing together in this wonderful wealth. And you can see, like Marlin, without Marlin, there would be very hard to have companies like in China churning out printers, that are so inexpensive now. And, they would have to do all the work themselves. And it's a hideous thing to think that there's folks out there who just don't get it and, are trying to play games on it. And so my attitude was sort of like, well, okay, this is all too much gamesmanship. I just don't know what the point is here. Like, why is all this gamesmanship going on? And I was getting a little sick of it all. Like, I don't want to deal with all this. I don't want to deal with people coming to me and complaining about this person over here or that person over there and their conduct. It's like individuals, to a certain extent, I almost absolve you of the GPL because you're not harming a giant majority of people by putting out stuff and then they can't get it. Like, they can come to us. If they don't like what you're doing, they can come to us and they can get, the best that we have. And if they want something that you made and we don't have it yet, they can ask us to do it. And we'll try, we'll try to find a way to get it in there. And if we can get their code and get them to help us and encourage them to help us, we'll do that. And if we can't, then, by hook or by crook, we'll figure out some way to get it in there. Because nothing is that revolutionary that's coming in anyway. It's just a matter of, getting it built. And it's a matter of typing and putting in the time. And that's the hardest, most painful thing for any of us, is just really, we have great ideas, but it is hard to implement them sometimes. And sometimes it means putting stuff in all kinds of scattered places. And so, I don't know, I understand that the amount of work that, again, as I say, the amount of work that goes into something like this, it can feel like a bunch of work and you want credit for it. And I'm like, you deserve your credit for it, if you've done good work and it's original, and you feel that you deserve it, and and I may sometimes scoff, if somebody asks for credit and it's not that original, I'll be like, okay, I guess, okay, fine. My attitude will be, a little bit, I will turn my nose up a little bit and I apologize. I find that a little weird, but if that's what you want, that's great. You should have your name in the code base if you've contributed somewhere. I feel like, it's nice to see your name in lights, and I love it when I see someone talking about Marlin and they're scrolling through on YouTube and I see something I did and I'm like, that was me, I did that. So I feel like you deserve that thrill and you deserve to have your name in it. So, but if you come to me and you're like, you put it in on purpose in order to cause me pain and you hate me and everything is terrible and as a result, I will get revenge. Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I disagree. I am not trying to harm you. I'm simply doing my job the best I can every day. And I got to tell you, I've got a real appetite for any of this Pro UI and Gyre's UI stuff, because when it comes in, it's like, I know people have been working on it and there's a lot of enthusiasm around it. I don't know what kind of enthusiasm there is around Pistophe's fork, because I don't get any feedback about that. I guess he's got his own, maybe he's got his own Facebook group or something. I know there's someone else who's got a Facebook group I recently tried to sign on to. And maybe they'll allow me in, maybe they won't. Maybe they don't want me to see what's going on. We'll see. But I want it to be, the main reason I wanted to be, oops, and look at that, I left a pragma in the wrong place too. But yeah, I wanted to, but yeah, I really want to be involved in what's going on. I want to see it, because clearly I'm kind of the last, I am the Scylla and the Charybdis that you must get through, the last mile to get something into Marlin. And and my job is just to make sure that it all fits in. And from time to time, I honestly have never, ever before had someone submit something and then someone came to me and said, that is mine, it's copyrighted, private, code which no one can have except for me. I am the only one who shall submit such code. The thing is, if it's out there, if you have code in your fork, anybody's free to submit it. And I told this person as much. But I wasn't even going to engage in the whole conversation. I wasn't going to translate their French, whatever they were saying, because they were just being a jerk, like right off the bat. I mean, goddamn. I get up in the morning. It's and it's the first thing I have to deal with, and I just want to have my coffee, man. I want to I'm barely stable here in my little apartment my first stable place in so long, that hasn't been a roommate situation. Surrounded by strangers, and wondering when I'm going to be the next one kicked out or whatever. Like, I actually feel like I'm not on the verge of disaster for the first time in my life here, and I get and so I love the work that I do, and I love the people that I work with. Really, I'm like, they're just so incredible. It's been hard to get to this point because like a lot of people have been annoyed and pissed off, and they come and they go, and I don't get to know them as well. But lately we've had just such a great, stable set of folks that are just reliable and always there, and it's just, I don't know, it gives me warm fuzzies, I gotta say. So, to have this sudden weirdo, and I mean, we get weirdos every so often. I mean, but they're not usually hostile and homicidal or whatever they are. And they're not usually playing games, like we've not had game players like at all. But this Pistophe guy was clearly, I just feel like it's just some weird game going on, because he just came in right away. He'd already been harassing Miguel, and he was just on this tear to go harass everyone. And I don't know what it is, like there's a problem with, I remember this, I just saw this show called The Shining Girls, which was fine. Mystery about, a serial killer and stuff. I don't think I'm giving anything away. But there's this really great character in there who is this reporter, photographer. He's a photographer for a newspaper, right? And he's kind of like fond of this girl, and he wants to protect her. But this other reporter who's kind of like a little off the rails, he occasionally goes out and binges and drinks and does stupid shit, and is kind of like a loose cannon. And but he's got a backstory. He's understandable kind of why he's in this kind of like funk. You kind of you as a viewer understand this character. But then this photographer guy, who's he's an awfully nice fellow. I mean, to give him credit, super nice guy, right? Just like everyone, super nice people. Everybody's super nice, aren't they? When they're nice, they're nice. But he goes to this guy and he's like, you're a loose cannon. I don't trust you. You just disappoint everyone. And he kind of like tears him down in a way that he's already torn down. The man already feels all these doubts about himself, hates himself in a sense, and this is why he is the way he is. This guy comes in and is just like tears him apart, and of course sends him off on a binge. Basically, I mean, people obviously make their choices, but so the momentary character note. But anyway, of course, the guy didn't have to be this way, right? So, but then later on, there's I think earlier, some other point, but the character note, someone says about this photographer, this nice fellow, he's moral, he has morality, but he doesn't have compassion. And so that's kind of the way I feel about Pistophe here, is that he's so attached to this this moralistic idea about GPL v3 must be honored to the down to the metaphysical level, but he has absolutely no sense or basic sense of humanity, like the just general idea that we're just people, man. We're not some stupid conspiracy. We're not in the world of QAnon. We're not like part of that universe or whatever, like as far as I see that as like this alien life form that landed on Earth around the same time as Rush Limbaugh started his radio show. Like, I remember encountering that and being like, yeah. Like, at first I was like, oh, Rush, he's cute, he's funny, but then I started, really listening to where he was coming from. I was like, yeah, this oogie, like, fomenting hate by ridiculing people and trying to dehumanize them. at this kind of like, ha-ha, kind of pshaw kind of way, this kind of folksy kind of way. But, clearly this kind of like evil, wrapped in niceness kind of thing going on. Like, yeah. So anyway, I know that there's that kind of like world out there where everyone has an agenda and everybody is faking and it's all just a big scam. Like, I can understand why people would have that mindset these days. But that's not me. That's not this. This is a technical project. All I care about is making the best code go in here. And if you want to take credit for your part of it or whatever, I mean, that's your prerogative. You should get your credit. Put it on your resume, get a great job, and whatever else you're planning to do with that wonderful credit and that wonderful feeling that you get from contributing. But you come to me and all you want to do is demand that I attack or stop or get someone. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. My way of working with Miguel was to start talking with him and work with him as, just be open and try and, be positive and try and make this work. I wanted to help him find his way to be able to do what he wanted to do the way he wanted to do it and still be compliant. That's what you wanted, right, Pistophe? You wanted compliance. And so I wanted to find a way that he could work the way he likes to work. But all you wanted to do was be like, no, I don't like it. Do something different, I demand. And you tried all kinds of weird things to like make it happen, force it or whatever, and do your control freak thing. And all it did was alienate me and everyone else who came across your words and your posts and your stuff. And that's all you're doing now, if that's what you're still doing, is continuing to piss everyone off and annoy everyone and demonstrate, show your soul to everyone. You're just showing everyone what you are, which is very confused, very angry for some reason, unable to get past it, unable to take a breath and gain some humility. I don't know I don't know what happened to you, man. And that's your business, okay? It's your business. Whatever's wrong with you, whatever has happened to you in your life, whatever has made you feel this way, whatever has driven you to this sense of victimhood or whatever it is, or maybe you find it useful. Maybe you think that all the victimhood going around looks like a really great strategy, because look at all the people who are playing victim and getting awesome things out of it. That seems to be a thing these days. Maybe that's your thing. I don't know. Whatever it is, I'm not into it. That's not my thing. That's your thing. I am interested in code. I want to just make good code. I want to get this stuff fixed. I want to get it working. I want to have people go, oh, I was using Clipper, and it was really awesome, but Marlin's easier, and I'm finding it easier to work with now. But it's a long road to get there. I mean, if you've seen this code base and how it's evolved over time, and my part in it, all I've been doing is trying to make it work better. All I've been doing is trying to get it into a more modern shape. I've been trying to get it more organized, like all the G codes, breaking that up. I mean, I spent a sleepless week and ended up with like massive shoulder pain just from all the typing, trying to get that in shape and get that working and get that right. And at the end of it, I didn't stick my name all over it. I just, I put in my commits. I didn't stick my name all over everything saying, look, I think you had did this, think you had did that. Because it doesn't matter to me, man. It's like, I don't care. I feel like what'll come out of this is like, my conduct will be evident from my work. My conduct, who I am will be clear from just the work that I produce. And the people who know me, interacting with me, will know me from my spirit and how much a thrill I get out of discussing this stuff or playing with this stuff. It's all fun. It's all what it's about. It's all about enjoyment as well. And that's the other thing too. I really like what Eric put down. Eric. It's been so long since I've talked about Eric, I can hardly remember his name. But Eric, who originally started this project, chimed in at a point when we had people like, just being jerks. And he said, we're all here to have fun. Everyone volunteers to do this in their spare time, and they do it for fun. And you're coming in here and being a jerk, and like, don't do that. Just don't. There's no reason to come in and be a jerk, like. And recently I had to tell someone that the code they submitted wasn't quite right, and the word I used was hack. But I wasn't being mean. I wasn't trying to be mean. I wasn't trying to demean their code or say it wasn't good. All I was saying was that, because actually it probably would have worked. It's just that it was shunted into Marlin in such a way that it wasn't like, we didn't really have official support for it, and where it was doing what it was trying to do wasn't quite the right place to do it. And so, and the thing is, like, I would also say, if they'd give me a chance, that, there's piles of code in Marlin that are hacky, they're hackish. They're ad hoc and they're odd hack. We have both. We have ad hoc code and we have odd hack, and there are both of those in there. And what I'm trying to do, and the reason that I brought it up was that I want to make it not hacky. I want to make an official, means. I want to make a nice path for what they wanted to do, and I wanted to get it in there in the right way. So, I mentioned the word hack, and immediately their response was, "The thinky head! He and his cult do not accept any code that is not theirs." And I don't know if he was French. It's just, from now on, that's going to be my accent when people complain, I guess. But his immediate response was just to go insane and start calling names and stuff. And I was just like, that's not why we're here, man. It's not. Don't take it so damn seriously. Jesus. Like, I've had to lighten up a lot myself just to be able to do this from day to day and to be able to deal with this. My heart rate did not go up at all in dealing with Pistophe recently. I simply typed what I had to type. I saw what he wrote. I sighed loudly or laughed or shook my head or whatever my responses were. They generally were not. I don't think I had anything else besides those. They were all pretty much, everything he posted was garbage. I was just like, what the hell, man? So, like, I mean, the only reason I'm emotional about it now, talking about it, is just that it just continues to go on, and it's obscene and stupid. And stupidity bugs me. Because, it's not that hard to overcome stupidity. I mean, again, check the lead content of your, check the lead levels in your water, Pistophe, maybe get a little lithium, maybe it's the lithium levels in your water, I don't know. But whatever it is, I don't feel like you're there. I don't feel like you're quite stable, buddy. And I just don't know what's going on with you, but it's wrong. It's just, I don't know I don't understand it. It's just wrong, man. You don't have a realistic picture of anything, I don't think. I don't know what's going on with you. And again, maybe you're just a foreign troll, because that happens, Maybe you're just there to waste our time. Maybe you're thrilled that I've spent this last hour talking about you, because that's all you wanted. All you wanted was to waste our time. All you wanted was to come in and be a pain in our ass, a thorn in our side. Well, congratulations. You got what you wanted, I guess, if that's what you wanted. So, kudos. The next thing I want to talk about in terms of improvements to Marlin is this optimization of arcs. We actually got an optimization of arcs. And all this did was just it passes on it takes the angle of rotation and passes it on to the motion routines, to the planner, so that it can do the motion as fast as it can. And it uses it in the jerk calculation and that stuff, and junction deviation. So yeah, if you're using arcs, you'll get way better performance with this version. You know why? Because somebody submitted it, Tom Brazier. And Tom, by the way, has been doing great work lately. I think you'll see his name start to float up in the contributions soon. But he's great. Yeah, his work has been great. And he added this other thing where instead of passing a bunch of crap, extra optional arguments to the planner, we now have a little hint structure, and that gets passed off instead. And that has the stuff in it. So yeah, I'm really liking that. And I guess probably it'll decompose to a single type maybe if there's only one thing in it. So yeah, it's great. I like that. So he's been doing good stuff, and he didn't put his name all over everything, nor did he demand credit. he simply put in his commits, and he didn't complain that I edited a few things. Nothing. It was great. It was great. He's awesome. I'm not going to have to say that for everything. Generally speaking, everyone who contributes is very cool and very generous and very stable. So that was great. Now, this was something that just happened in yesterday. Just got in yesterday, today. And that was the fix for SDIO. And that needs to go into 2.1 as well. It might need to go into 2.0. Let's put it in 2.1. Oh, I can't do that yet. Discard these. Let's copy it over to 2.0. So yeah, you can see I have a, yeah. And I'll put it into 2.1 as well. There. So yeah, that was a silly oversight. I'm gonna push that now. I know. Should I be pushing things live? Why not? That actually is all it's doing is it's putting in the old code that worked. If you're using the old, if you're using that board, and for the STM32H7, it's bringing in the new code that BTT put in just for that one, and it's just one board anyways. So everything will work the way it worked before, which is great, and everything that needed to work differently for the new stuff, that'll also work, which is also great. So, yeah. So yeah, I guess I have been speaking directly to Pistophe here. Pistophe, I know your English isn't great, and maybe you haven't understood a lot of what I've said. But I mean, you're going to keep doing what you do, I guess. If you, I don't know if there's any way to relax you, but I understand why you don't like me. I did not speak nicely to you when you were a jerk to me. I didn't speak nicely to you when you kept posting about the same thing and making demands that I do something about it. I didn't treat you perfectly well when you kept doing that shit. Maybe, Pistophe, you are partly responsible for the things that you've experienced, is all I'm saying. And maybe that's the reason that you are labeled as an immature person who cannot be on my Discord. And maybe that is why I will not be accepting any more contributions from you. If you ever do, man, I mean, from what I understand, I've heard that you're actually an adult. And that shocks me. I am shocked to hear that. You might even have some gray hairs, I'm told. I have not investigated because I don't want to see what you look like at this point. I do not want to see your face. I'm a little bit annoyed. Understandably, But if you ever manage to have a revelation, a realization, a deep revolution of the spirit, anything like that, and find your way back to calmness and serenity, find your way back to reasonableness and proportionality, you're perfectly welcome to come back and hang around. But as long as you are acting like this, man, you are not, I'm sorry, you're not worthy of our company. You're not worthy of our companionship. And you're not worthy to you're not worthy to join this community. And I understand that you've maybe somebody mentioned, or maybe they're just joking, that you went off and said, I'm going to go work for Clipper now. Well, they don't deserve it. They haven't done, what have they done that they deserve you now? What have they done? They do great stuff, and now you're going to come along and you're going to start sending notes to everybody about how terrible they are and what they did to you. And you're going to be playing shenanigans with them. So, I mean, what do you think is going to change? I mean, everywhere you go, there you are, right? So, you know, it's just sad, man. It's just sad. It's just sad, so sad. Do my terrible Trump imitation. It's so sad. So sad. I'm playing my sad accordion. It's so sad. So sad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is anything getting through to you, buddy? Don't call me buddy. I am not anybody's buddy. Sorry. I'm going to try and rebase this, I guess. Oops. Upstream, bug fix 2.1. Oops. Sometimes I do this. I'm not sure what I changed. What did I change? Oh. I see. So revert has that, and that has that. Okay. Rob. Grrrr. GRHH. That's my shortcut for get reset hard head. And I have a hard head, believe me. You know, I tell you, man, as stubborn as I am, I can't say that I've ever stuck to my guns as long as this Pistophe guy without realizing how an idiot I'm being, and just realizing what an idiot I'm being, man. Like, I've been an idiot so many times. I guess maybe I'm used to realizing I'm an idiot. And I expect, I don't know, I expect adults to be able to do that. But I mean, I know a few adults who are not adult. I mean, they got that attitude, as I mentioned, like, I can do what I want because I'm a grown up. What, I think I remember saying to someone I know, I went over their house and I was hanging out with them, and I was a guest, I was coming over to stay and, stuff. And they knew I was a non-smoker, but they're like, I'm in this enclosed room and they're lighting up a cigarette and smoking, and I just asked if they wouldn't. And they got really annoyed because they're like, it's their house and they're an adult. And I'm like, okay, I mean, I understand, fine, if that's the way you want to be, but I mean, if you're really an adult, you could, deny yourself a cigarette as a courtesy to your guest. That to me would be more adult. So people have different ideas about what that means. I guess some people think it means they're just, I should be unleashed. I'm an adult. I am unbound. But if you had a very oppressed childhood, okay, live it up. But at some point, realize that you have to get along with others. You have to, and it isn't so bad to sometimes deny yourself to be nice. It isn't so bad. And you might find that actually it turns out that you do it naturally, or that's maybe more natural. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I hope that people will try just to be a little nicer. Right now we're in a very screwed up time where, a lot of people feel like, they can just, if they don't like someone or they disagree with someone, that they can just be rude or mean or cruel or even kill them. Really, we're getting to that point. And I think it sounded like, to some extent, people taking themselves too seriously. To some extent, it's this media thing where people have been told, to dehumanize other, been trained to sort of dehumanize the other. through the use of ridicule, through the use of you know, demonization of various kinds, or even just, you know, playing on sexist or other types of tropes that people fall for, chauvinism of various kinds. And you know what I'm talking about. But you know, the fact that people play along with it, it just kind of amazes me. Because like, how is it that we don't see through it, realize we're being flattered and manipulated and stuff, you know, and then we're being asked to play along with a game. Like, you know, there's existentially, spiritually, like on the metaphysically, man, you know, like a human life is not, you know, it's so much greater than this like game that people make out of it. And like the fact that the people make a game out of it is just so stupid. And you know, that's kind of the thing. Like I feel like Pistophe here is maybe playing a game, because that's the mentality I feel is coming from him, you know, or he thinks that we're a game or something. I don't know what it is. You know, I did have a few folks like alongside me as I was in the GPL channel, like kind of like chiming in, and it's like I always feel a little like, you're gonna make it look like a cult if you do that, you know, just because you agree with me. But I wasn't trying to foment a big old gang, you know, let's gang up on Pistophe here. It's like he came in and was just, you know, I'm going to spew a bunch of nonsense, and and you shall, you know, I hope that, I don't know, and you shall respond in some way that, I don't know, will be different from what you respond. I mean, what did you get there? Particularly Justin wanted to know more about this, so this is for you, Justin. Justin Nesselroth. Is that French? Is that a French name? It looks like one. Nesselroth. Très bien. Très bien. Bonjour, je m'appelle Pierre Legrand. J'habite à Paris. J'avais dans muséum. I don't know. What's the word? I learned a little Dutch once too. I've forgotten so much of it. Anyway, some of my favorite movies are French. I have a really great portrait I once did of the French director Francois Truffaut. It's a lovely picture of him smoking a cigarette. Probably one of those famous pictures, sort of overhead from up and above. You might even know it, Pistophe, if you're a fan of one of my favorite directors from France. He was also in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. They belong here more than we. So, I don't know. I used to believe I was cultured and stuff, but I guess I didn't. If I was, I would have anticipated the French response. I don't know. All I'm saying is, you know, Pistophe, you have harmed the reputation of the French, because you're one of the few representatives that we have, and now look what you've done. You've made me think that everyone in France is an insane Maurice Chevalier, and I know that you know. And Kevin, 4 little girls get bigger every day. Thank Kevin, 4 little girls, they grow up in the most delightful way. Anyway, I know. It's not what you're here for. My poor singing is unappealing, and soon this code will fall right through the ceiling. Thank Kevin, 4 little gals like you, Pistophe. Without them, what would little boys do? So where are we in this whole debacle? Well, I've been on for 4 hours. which is pretty good. I gotta say, I've accomplished a lot in 4.5 hours here. Got that simulator running, showed you that, showed you some of what's going on, got a little correction to the simulator, that was great. That's gonna go in. Let's see, what else was our agenda today? What did I write? I also said I'm gonna be working on the next Marlin patch release. I don't know if I'm gonna get much work here. After I get off this, I'm gonna go get some food, and then I'm definitely gonna do some work. There's a few things that I definitely want to get through, but that SDIO stuff, oh, thank goodness for that fix. I don't know why that sat for a month without getting fixed, and all it took was check. If we want the old code, here's the old code. If we want the new code, here's the new code. And there you go. This is about the laziest patch I think I've ever done. So someone else could have done just as lazy a job, and I would not have minded, honestly. We just needed that patch, and later on we'll fix it up so that I think one of the things that's in there is for the F1 and the F4, there's some extra checks and tries to initialize, like just in case and I think it relies on the fact that the flash drive is a little sluggish, and also maybe some asynchronous stuff going on there. And by the way, when it comes to asynchronous code, we can do it better. Right now we have it kind of going in these loops where it's resetting the watchdog. I would like to have more of a, okay, let's set it up, and then when it responds, we'll get a message, and we'll try and localize all that in the HAL. I think that'll probably work out better in the long run. Initially, we're doing a thing where we're wrapping the media stuff in a new class, so that's going to help. So I think once we get some of that in there, and then we tie some of that in with the HAL better, so that there's like kind of a standard API for all the HALs, because I feel like there's going to be different I/O levels or different means to talk to the peripherals, so we just gotta come up with some nice layers for those and make them standard. So I'm getting more into that kind of refactoring lately, and playing with the string class has definitely been one of the things that's helping. So yeah, I'm really glad that's in there. That's such a good fix. What's else is coming along? Oh yeah, that string thing. I'll give you a quick peek at the string thing. I think I might have shown it last week again. It's all been deleted, so you won't know. But let me pull up my my stringy thing. Let's see, string. Here it is. String class PR. And I guess I can delete my old one eventually. But yeah, right now that's it. Yeah, so let's take a quick peek. So here's the idea. I created a new class called mstring. It looks a lot like wstring from Arduino, which I didn't realize until I finished it. But yeah, the basic idea being, you have it's a very template classy kind of thing. I'll open it up in the proper editor here. Hold on. Hello. Open Sublime. So yeah, here's mstring. Boop. And oops. There we go. Hide that. So you can see the usage is pretty cool. You can do something like this. You can say, I want to create a string, and here's all the things, and it'll just concatenate them all together. So you got your program string, maybe. You got your integer. You got some C string, and it'll just, put them all together. Same with this, a little throw a float in there. So I have some ways to do that. You could have like float with certain precision and stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the general idea. And yeah, this just basically comes up and becomes it's supposed to turn it into a nice, clean, typical string code that you would have if you were doing it by hand. And then I added some stuff to be able to print out to serial, and played around with the idea of using printf, of course, so you can pass your arguments and have it do the printf thing. And it turns out, oddly, which I didn't expect, I wasn't sure. I was like crossing my fingers, but this template stuff where you can have like args with ... apparently it'll just pass. It's sort of the way it works inside of C++ under the hood is it's kind of a literal substitution thing that happens. And so it actually works out that you can just stick a printf in there, and it'll stick them in, and it doesn't care that it's not all part of that, the usual, what is it called, the vargs stuff or whatever, the vargs, nonsense. All that stuff you can still code it in your other stuff later in the code, and you can include your proper C header and stuff in the C++ part, but you don't actually have to implement any of it here. And if you're using the printf stuff, then again, you don't have to include any of those headers here. So that is a slight advantage to that, in that you have one less header. But again, this was one of the things that I ran into, is like I included font utils here. And I think what I'm probably going to end up doing is taking the code that's in there and just making it part of the string class, because its purpose is just to do a couple of things. One is to deal with finding UTF-8 boundaries on characters, and to copy and count characters in UTF-8. And then also it deals with the substitution stuff, the custom substitution in Marlin, which will do things like stick an E1 in where a certain character is and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, so I wrapped up some things with special types for floats and doubles, and I even threw a thing in where it's like, oh, you want 20 spaces? Well, you could make a string with 20 spaces in it, but I'll just make a thing where you pass the number 20 and it knows to make a string with 20 spaces or stick 20 spaces on there for you. Does that end up being more compact code? So it's all up to, you know, I'm going to debug this and find out more later after I've tested it. So let me take a quick peek at Discord. I'm getting a couple little messages from the gremlin. Oh, cool. Extra UI stuff. Good, good. Icon pack stuff. Cool. And oh, color UI stuff. Oh, and Inkscape stuff. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we've actually been using Inkscape a lot for our, I've been using Inkscape, and I like it more and more. I think they've been revamping the interface lately. What I really would like to have, though, is like something I can use on the tablet, you know, because directly drawing is just so nice. And I haven't found a vector drawing app yet on there, or I haven't really looked. So I have also have a copy of Affinity, or I bought Affinity Photo. So there's also an Affinity Draw or an Affinity Vector app as well, so I may try that. I also used to like, back in the day, I used to really like CorelDRAW, because it had some extra fancy features. And going back even further, there was an app which was kind of made for the Wacom tablet, or to showcase the Wacom, where you would draw and it would create vector objects, you know, and so it would still give you regular strokes, and they would have, you know, start out thin and get fat and respond to pressure and everything. And at the end, you would end up with vector graphics. And I forget what it's called, but it ended up getting bought up by a little company that turned it into a little something called Flash. So yeah, it was actually the predecessor to Flash, was this like drawing app that would produce vector graphics when you draw. And so all the stuff that is in the Flash that you use for drawing, that gives you all those cool strokes and things, that was all pre-done in this other thing that was just for that. And then the animation stuff was then layered on top of that. Somebody came along and was like, but what if we animate them? Got keyframes. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, pretty cool stuff. And here we have this sprintf stuff. Like here, what would this be? I should be doing this instead, right? Oops, I should be doing P. And then like that, right? Oops. See, little things like that I discover just as I'm poking through. Should that be that way? Should this be used? Is this in any way faster or better? Like, that's one of the questions. RAM access is actually, I think, faster than Flash access, if I'm right, on the AVRs. Someone can correct me on that. So when you're using RAM, it's, you know, more performant. And so yeah, using sprintf P here might actually slow things down a little bit for these kinds of things. But again, it's a trade-off. Do we care more about performance, or do we care more about size of the binary, or amount of RAM usage and stuff like that? It's all a question, all up in the air, right? So yeah, anyway, the class is pretty nice. I mean, it's nice and clean. The coolest thing about it was that I was able to use the template concept and actually get rid of a bunch of things that were like just repetitive. Like I had some things that were just like, well, all you're doing is calling, you know, like the operators are a perfect example. Instead of doing operator for each and every type, you just do one type name, you know, template for that. And it's kind of cool, template class or class template with a method template inside of it. I love it. Nest those templates. I could even do more templates inside this, who knows. But the cool thing is that, yeah, you don't have, because as long as I only use operator equals with the types that I've already defined up here, because it's calling, you know, whatever set, as long as all the set are done for the different types, then it'll work. If I call it with some type that I haven't defined, I just have to go back and add a set for it. And now, you know, I don't have to add an operator equals. I just have to add a set. And that'll then apply to all the other operators that are missing it. You know, I would just add an append, or I would add a constructor or whatever, using the type that it needs. So yeah, that was really nice. I had never done that before. I remember once I created a string class and I was like, oh, I need to repeat all these types all the time. And I was like, ugh. If I had realized that templates are actually kind of a hack. Please, Bjorn Strostrup, don't attack me for calling your template stuff a hack. Please, don't go on the internet and try to demonize me to everyone just because I called your stuff a hack, Bjorn Strostrup. It's a very honorable hack, my friend. An honorable hack. But yeah, I mean, it works. So, you know, realizing it was a hack, I was like, oh, well, this is going to work then. If I just put that on there, it'll automatically do what I want, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's basically kind of getting the concept of what templates really are, is kind of like they're a call out. You know, they're like, yeah, I'll make this for you if you ask me to, but I'm not making it right now. I'll just, you know, here's what'll happen if you ask. So yeah, I'm glad that I worked it out. I'm learning so much, honestly. And who knows, this might come in handy for my future career. I'm gonna put it on my resume. You know, I may be 55 now, but you know, at 67, I'm gonna be like, you know what, I'm gonna go apply at Google. I bet they'll hire me, you know, as a newbie, as an intern. Why not? I once worked on Marlin, you know, they'll take that into consideration. They'll look at my videos from this period and say, this guy, he's all right. I don't know. No idea. I think it'd be funny, though, to try that. You know, go in for that second career at the age of 70 or whatever. Well, just hire me. Come on. I promise. The old ticker's good. I'll be here. I get good sleep. Yep. I can work with them whippersnappers, no problem. But it's funny. It's funny how it works. Funny how it works. We've all seen like those shows where, you know, you're the old senior guy and then like the young manager comes in and, you know, is a complete idiot or whatever. And they're always like, my experience doesn't count for nothing. Or like, what's the line from Primer? Anybody a fan of that movie, Primer? Some call it Primer. The one about time travel? There's an old engineer. He's like, you know what they do with engineers when they turn 40? Take them out and shoot them. I don't know how that's a riddle, but I don't know if it's true. Let's try using, oops, I forgot to put the P in. Yeah, I can feel myself reaching the limit of my day right here. My sleep schedule being what it has been. There you go, sprint of P. Sprintophe. Okay, there. All good, all good. Feels good. Okay. And squash them and force push. Yeah, so I haven't, this has been up for a while, at least a week. But I'm going to keep it up for a while because I want to keep experimenting with it. And also, there are a lot of strings in Marlin, so it's not like it's going to be converted quickly to all strings. But what I want to do is just kind of go through all the different cases and try all the different types of string situations. And, you know, just like there's going to be so many different unique and interesting ones. And then see how the code compiles and like whether it comes out bigger, smaller, faster, slower, whatever it ends up being. But as you can see, like as I've gone through applying it, and I'll move this over a little bit. I don't know if I can do it like that, but what I want to do is actually show. Well, I'll do this. Boop. Just squish them down here. Ugh, there we go. Give you some idea, but yeah, like something like this where I have to have 3 strings for to use D2 Sturf. Like I kept them. I ended up keeping them here because I felt like this would be a good place to look at that sprintf situation and see if the %f like interpolation is going to work better. So go for that and just see. So that was one place where I kept it. Here's a place where it shrunk down a lot because I just ended up just using append dot append, and this is a cool example of using the thing where since it's returning a point, it's a reference to itself. You can just keep chaining them, and the compiler will just throw it. You know, it ends up producing pretty much the same code it would if it didn't do that. So, and I could have done this differently. I could have said like I could have just said append and then had like all this stuff in parentheses because you would handle it the same way. But I decided to do append because it just kind of looks a little neater. And again, I wanted to experiment and kind of show these for people who might come along and code it later. But yeah, this is one thing you can do. Here's an example. And then here's another one, a really nice example of going from a whole set of lines where we set up a string, copy to it, make sure it's got the right ending, then we do the parse. It's like, well, we'll do it this way instead. I'll just create a string that's big enough because whatever, reserving space on the stack doesn't cost anything. And then no matter what size it is, 1 byte, 20 bytes, cost the same. Depends. If you're using less, it might put it in a register. If you're not, you get stack. So anyway, I wanted to make it big enough to hold a command, and then I was just like, okay, we'll try it. Set np, and that's what it does. Why set n is, you know, the length, and then p meaning it's a p string. So, and that's PG code, which it is, as you can see. So, and we wanted to copy just a part of it, and so that's what it did. It's like I'm making a string in memory with that part of the string and then passing it on. And this string like just exists for the period of time that it needs to, and that's it. It's nice. So that's the kind of thing you can now do with it. I could have also used, instead of all this, like with the parentheses and stuff, I might have just been able to say like TS if I hadn't had to have a length in there. If you're calling something a little more complicated where you need a length, and it's like, yeah, do it explicitly. The other trick here is you'll notice I've got the little parentheses in the middle, and it's like I'm not setting the string to anything before I do the set on it, which is fine. Again, it's initially setting it to be an empty string, then it's doing the set on it. My hope is that the compiler just takes out the initial set of 0 and just puts this set in, and we'll see. But I can't just take out the parentheses and say, hey, use this thing, because an M string of this without the parentheses isn't really an M string. It's just a reference to, it's just naming the thing. It isn't making the thing. So this makes it it instantiates it, and then you get all this. Another way I could approach it would be to do something like, well, if I want something that's a string with a length, I can make a type for that. And then I could actually instantiate, passing a type with a length. And that would be, it would just do a little roundabout thing like I did with the floats and things. Taking that structure that gets, putting the arguments where they go and calling up. And it would end up being the same essentially, but I wouldn't have to have all this other stuff. And so that's, all these things are possible, but you end up having more and more types. And that's like, it ends up looking a little weird. It's like, well, why did you create this type instead of just, doing this? And it's like, well, it's magic. Because of the magic, man. And that's really one of the cool things is like, it's kind of like cout. Like again, I could also do the same thing. I could use the shift, less than, greater than operators and redefine them. Or I could redefine some custom operator that if I wanted to, like, I don't know, what's some operator that doesn't exist? I guess all the special characters are operators, but if I wanted to make like an operator colon or something like that, like I could maybe define that. Is that a thing you can do in C++? Someone let me know. Let me know in the comments. So yeah, here's an example of a G30, just coincidentally making a 30 character string, and all this code here just turns into this. Isn't it nice? And I could probably make it even simpler. I wouldn't have to, I could say instead of making the message and then echoing it, all that. Well, you notice also it's an S string, and it's just another type. So I have the simple string class, which is your M string. And then if you want to use it to do serial stuff, I actually made a separate string for it. And the whole reason for that, I'll say the whole reason, is that I needed to be able to have the M string included without including the serial stuff, because including the serial stuff caused that whole cascade of weird W string stuff, W char stuff. And also there's like this interdependency. Serial requires M string, which then requires serial, like that whole thing would become weird. So I just decided, screw it. I'll make a basic string that doesn't output to serial, doesn't know a damn thing about serial, and then I'll make a serial string that if you need that, you can make that, and then you just have to call it S string. And so we have M string, which just stands for Marlin string, and then S string. I could have called it like T string, which would be like for template or whatever. But I haven't established that pattern, so I just didn't do it that way. So yeah, it becomes really nice. So I think you're gonna, as developers, I think you'll like it. I think you'll like the string class and having it in there. And again, this is one of those things which is like, it does nothing for the end user. They won't see a difference. They're not gonna see any difference. Maybe the size of the build would be bigger or smaller. I'm hoping smaller. And again, here's a case where FY, I could have put a character Y in there. Is it going to be bigger? Is it going to be smaller? We can test that kind of thing and find out. So it's really great that we can do that. Rearrange some things here. You see, here's a case where I took a sprintf and just turned it into a chain them one after another. So I'm chaining those things. So yeah, there's that kind of stuff is happening. It's pretty cool. I don't know if we've got something down here interesting. Let's bring this up. Yeah, that's better. So I've got, this hole here is just, there's another case where I did the thing where I said, and here's a cool case. Yeah, this one actually is doing the initialization. So I create a 14 character string or with enough space for 14 characters plus a null. So this actually sets aside 15 bytes. And then I'm initializing it with some things. And then that's it. I'm not doing any kind of other thing. It just initializes it, uses it, done. I could have done a sprintf kind of thing here, and it still would have worked. The other thing I did was, if you pass it as you're passing it as an object, you don't want to do that. Instead of, so this doesn't do that. It won't allow you to take the object. It just takes the address. And then when you take the address of it, it's actually taking the string pointer. So process subcommands now doesn't know anything about mstring. It could, but I set it up so it doesn't. All it knows, because if it did, all it would do is look at the buffer inside the mstring, and that would be it. So I just set it up so I just have it say, okay, if you have to use the ampersand to get the address of it, and when you do, you'll actually be getting the address of the string buffer in it. And so that's what gets passed instead. So it may change that later, but for now it's like I just kept it because I wanted to not change everything all at once. If something takes a C string, I'll just continue to use that. I won't create a new function for it yet. But then later when I want to refactor and make it do that, I'll go through and I'll find all the cases where I call this with a little ampersand after it, and it'll be quite obvious. All those things can be turned into, take out the ampersand. And that's pretty much it. It's just the ampersand will go away. And that's kind of like, sometimes that'd be better because I keep forgetting to use the ampersand in some cases. So it's like, if it's forgotten, it should be forgiving because it's obvious what it means. So it's like, that's kind of the thing with C++. You're creating a bunch of semantic rules. You're creating a semantic stack, as it were. That's kind of the way I view it. And you're sort of making your own semantics. And then once you build those semantics, you kind of like try and follow that pattern for other things that have a similar thing. The thing that ends up happening with code in general is that you create little systems, and then you create other little systems and other little systems, and they all kind of have their own little ways and means of doing things. And oftentimes, you know, even if they're related in some way, it can be hard to unify them just because, you know, you tend to do things the best way. And when you try to generalize things, you end up doing things the most general way. And that's kind of why I think this string stuff is starting to expand the code a little bit. Is just because, yeah, it's convenient, it makes things easier, but it's always going to be a little tougher. So yeah, I ended up using setf. That's the name I chose to do this. And yeah, I could just do, again, MSG parentheses, and then I don't know if I can say setf right there and then on it, but I guess I could. And then take the address of it. I suppose I could, huh? So that's a possibility. But yeah, this is just a case of like going straight from this is very literal. You started with 10 spaces for a message. Okay, we'll give you a same thing, but with an M string. Oh, you wanted to sprintf into it? Okay, let's do it with an M string. Oh, you wanted to send it? Okay, well, we'll take the address and we'll send it that way. And again, this is another thing too, is like, if we're passing string messages to like every display implementation, it's like, well, now I'm going to have to go into every display implementation and have it be able to take M string. It's like, I'll be a little more forgiving for third-party forks in the opening and just send them to C string. And I won't make all the LCDs take M string yet. But later on, it'll be nice to have all the LCD code come on board with M string. But I can kind of understand, it's like, it would be nice if all this stuff could be modular. You could have like some LCD code that's like, okay, it's really great, now we can take it out of Marlin and use it in some other project, or you could take like the planner out of Marlin and make a little, you know, your own little special laser or whatever. Like, it would be nice to be able to pull these things out and make them modular. And you know, to some extent, the refactoring I've done over time has kind of been for that purpose, is to make things more modular, more general or whatever, but hopefully without sacrificing that kind of like, that staticness and that kind of like, I don't know, the optimization we get from that kind of staticness. It's like, we talk about all the major amazing things we can do to be more like, you know, RepRap firmware, to be more like Clipper. But at the same time, it's like, you know, it's not the point. They are not our light. They're not our guiding light. Clipper is not our guiding light. And, you know, nothing that comes along is in any sense our guiding light. To a certain extent, Pistophe firmware has been a bit more of a guiding light because they've taken the best of Marlin and then used that and then expanded on it and, you know, kept that sense of openness. And they could use any other firmware. They could use RepRap. They could, you know, go for Clipper or whatever. But, you know, with Marlin, I think we feel a guarantee that we have that openness. We know that it's GPL v3 is going to stay that way. There's a huge community that really loves and supports it, and I think that comes into play, and it's very important. You know, just so much of what goes into into this project is like, you know, I feel like there is a lot of exploration, and there's a lot of play and a lot of discovery. And sometimes it, it does lead us into weird corners and we mess up, and, and we don't know the exact formal right way to do something. We're hobbyists, so we're figuring it out as we go. And I feel like that's fine, to us that's fine, that's forgivable. And I feel like folks, if they, I don't know if anyone on the certainly on the RepRap firmware side, it's very much in the control and under the aegis of one man, and that's David. And then it's also under the aegis of one company, and that's Duet 3D. And they're very much focused on this being their, and initially it was also RepRap Limited, it was of course the originator of RepRap firmware. But it's become the de facto firmware for Duet. And I respectably so. When I look at that code, I'm always amazed. It's got so many levels of interesting things going on, and there's this, whole different idea about planning moves, and this whole idea about getting the events to happen, and it's much more in a way abstract. And I really am fascinated by it. I want to take cues from it. But the thing is, like, there's flexibility in it, which makes for some very amazing stuff. But of course, it doesn't quite fit our idiom. And the same goes for, Clipper. I haven't looked at Clipper. But yeah, the thing I was going to say was, I can't imagine someone in the Clipper world, for example, coming out and being like, making a live stream and being like, yes, the spirit of our stuff is very much about experimentation, play, discovery, and we don't mind if we make mistakes and occasionally screw up, as long as we don't burn down your house. Like, I can kind of say that, but, I feel like, we have a little more openness to experimentation, a little more openness to trying new things, a little more openness to, like, play, and we can kind of bring in things as ad hoc. We can switch over, and as we may, to like some new SD library, and yet retain the old one for the sake of older boards, and kind of keep these things together. And I feel like it's much less monolithic. Like, I feel like when Clipper puts out a version, it's going to be, this is the best version so far, and the version you want. Most definitely, you don't want to use Clipper 1, because Clipper 2 is the next generation, and it's got everything Clipper 1. I feel like everyone's going to always want to go to the next version, and also probably it's set up to automatically update itself. Every day it'll check for an update and update itself to the latest version, and that's great. To me, that's the real software world. That's what you really want. Marlin lives in a kind of a little gray area of, it is a hobbyist thing. It's meant to be plucked off of GitHub. It's meant to be downloaded in a big old source form and run through the process of compiling with your hardware, for your board, and install it right then and there. Tweak the things you want, fix the things you don't. If you really want this feature, go at it yourself. And if it works, send it to us, please. We don't necessarily want to be, oh, here's a list of things that we are going to implement as features, and don't worry about it, we'll take care of it. Because there isn't any we. Those things that are listed in our feature requests are there for the public to come along and go, oh, hey, I could probably do that. And then volunteer it. Sign on, say, hey, I'm going to do this. And I want to let you know I'm working on it. And then we say, okay, great. Let me know, and then some pull request comes in or whatever. And then we rally around that pull request and we work on it. And I've put up pull requests, empty, sort of half-done ones or whatever, kind of with the same thing in mind. Oh, everyone understands what's there is to be worked on. People will come along and they'll see, hey, there's somebody worked on. But of course, that's the thing. We're not a team, so to speak, that has an agenda that meets every day, that has plans and that's going to implement this and that feature. We just kind of like pick up what's there as we go along. A lot of it is just fixing things, taking what's been given, fixing that up. I've talked about it ad nauseum as to what the process is for us, and the fact that there is no, overarching like project group per se. It's just we rally around the things that are happening, the problems that exist, and the things that need to be done. Just the way that I wake up every day, and I don't really know what I'm going to be working on per se. And, I haven't made that kind of plan. So I'll go in and find, here's the latest bug. This is something that needs to be worked on. And then if I have time, I can work on my side things that are meant to augment it, get the auto build improved and stuff. But I need to ultimately I do need to set aside more of the time to, specifically to these kinds of improvements that I'm working on to get the process better for users, especially the configuration and migration. And I'm working on some ideas for that. Like you could download, well, one is just to have a menu in Marlin where you just go, here are the configurations that are available, and just to be able to browse the configurations without having to go to GitHub and download them all. You can just say, oh, I want the Crowdy one. Which one? Oh, I want the Ender 3, and then which of those do you want? And then when you finally select it and say go, it'll just download it, and there you go. And then you can build it right then and there, and keep your old configs in a little folder just in case you didn't mean to download it, it was by mistake or whatever. Or you want to keep your old configs while you're working on playing with other configs or something. And it'd certainly be great for me as well, because I could just go through this menu and just be like, oh, I want this config, build. Oh, I want that config, build. Like 2-button, get, build, get, build. Whereas right now I kind of have to go through the process of typing in, use example configs, remember the path to it, or actually go download it. And it's like, So I'm going to make a UI for that. But in addition to that, and at the same time, I want to make it so, okay, now if I do have a config in the same interface, I want to be able to say, okay, I want to pull down the latest, but I want my options to come over to the latest. So I want to have it be able to yank out, here's what's enabled in yours, and then when you download the new one, I'll have it apply that to your new one. And then after it's been applied, then when you go to build it, it'll be like, okay. And one of the cool things is if all I do is literally apply every option from one old config to a new config, when you go to build it, the cool part is it'll take some of the old options that might have gotten renamed, and they'll end up getting stuck at the bottom. Oh, and maybe the new named stuff will be there, but the old name stuff will trigger sanity checks, and those sanity checks will tell you what you need to update. That's the whole point I put them in there for, was so that you could take an old configuration, drop it in, and go build, and it would tell you how to update to your new config. The cool thing is if I can get those error messages out, part of the point was I sort of standardized them a little bit, so I can see when it's telling you change this to that, or rename this, or this was removed and replaced with that. And so I kind of could read the messages and say, well, I'll just do this for you. Here's that old option. I'll just take it and, oh, it needs to be multiplied by 3 and set here. So, whatever it happens to be, it could move it over. So that'd be kind of cool to have that in there as well. But I realized that's kind of going, but I mean, that was kind of the point, was I really wanted the sanity checks to be smart enough, or, would be a little part of the database, so to speak. You could tell by looking at sanity check from version to version what had actually changed, just by looking at sanity check alone. And that would tell you everything you needed to know. Just about. If you have to wait a couple of versions for all the patches to come in for them to fill in all the things, but if you go to say, the latest 2.0 versus the latest 2.1 versus the latest 1.9, 1.1 or I guess we're up to 1.19, was it? So if you take any of the latest of those and compare them, sanity check, sanity check, sanity check, that's a really great way to see all the changes that came in from version to version. Before the sanity check existed, that would have been trickier. And more recently, I added a thing called warnings. And the trick with warnings is that it only compiles once, so you don't get a bunch of messages that clutter up the thing and show up over and over, and then you can't see the messages that matter. And the cool thing about that, the tricky part about that was, though, that once it's been compiled once, unless you change the config, it doesn't compile it again, because that's the nature of CPP. It's like, oh, it already compiled, nothing got changed, so no need to compile it again, it's fine. But so I made it actually so that when you go to build, it actually deletes the old warnings.o file, so it forces it to build it. So you always get your warnings. So yeah, little things like that are really helping. And I think that, but they show up in the terminal when you build. And it's like, I really like to have those things show up in some way in the interface to give you a better idea you know, to get those messages out and use them in some way. So yeah, those things are coming along. So that's the kind of thing I want to work on more. But yeah, I feel like, you know, Clipper and other things, you know, they're gonna have their little ecosystem. They're gonna have a very definite set of tools, and I feel like they have a much better defined project. I think they, you know, having been like, whenever someone is like the author of something and has the original author is the actual person in control of the project, I feel like there's much more of a cohesion. There's much more of a sense of they feel like they are, you know, they build the team and they have this kind of like, you know, it's theirs, you know. And I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that with Marlin. It's been hard for me to even get to the point where I could say, okay, I'm project admin, I am the lead developer, and then, you know, then even going beyond that, like to start taking funding. You know, initially it was like, well, this is what I'm doing, and I don't have much else going on, so, you know, if you like Marlin and you could help out, I promise I'm going to keep doing this, and I'll keep learning and maybe do a better job from time to time, and this is going to continue. So, you know, and it really worked out. I mean, I have enough to live on, so I can keep doing this from day to day, and this stability has been amazing. So I like, you know, but again, even at this late stage, like, what's it been about? I guess I've been on this for 7 years now, since 2015-ish. So yeah, we're getting into 7th year, and yet at the same time, like, I still feel like, well, you know, Roxanne was there, you know, holding the fort and, you know, keeping things from going insane when I took off, and I had to take off because of, you know, personality issues then, and like, wasn't Roxy, of course, but yeah, just like shit that was going on then. I was like, I don't know if I can handle this, and so yeah, like when I came back and like was asked to like, please stick to it, buddy, we trust you. At first it was hard, you know, and like adjusting to that and adjusting to the idea of being like, okay, I'm the lead guy has been, you know, it still doesn't sit with me because I've just never been the lead anything on anything. I've never been a manager in a job, you know. And I know plenty